for joining us. I'm Mike Duran. I'm a senior fellow here at the Hudson Institute, where I also direct our Middle East Center. This morning, we are, of course, beginning a conference on Operations Epic Fury and Rising Lion. We have 3 panels to talk about how this began, how it's going, and how it might end. We called this conference, we decided to convene this conference because we're disappointed with the way the operations are being discussed in the media. I think it's a sign of the times that a lot of the media analysis is based on the latest posting on social media of this or that influencer. They key off of the last posting of our president, who's involved in day-to-day negotiations with partners and with our adversaries. And there's really, I think, in general in our culture today, a dearth, I would say, of analysis from people who step back and look at the bigger picture. And in that spirit, I'd like to just open with a couple of remarks about how we got here. We're going to be focused today on the operations that began on February 28th. But I don't think this is a war that began on February 28th. We're calling it a war. But I think this war actually began on October 7th, 2023. And it's taken a long time for us to see actually what that event was all about. When it broke out on October 7th, a lot of commentary here in Washington, even in Israel, framed that conflict as a Palestinian-Israeli conflict. I don't think it ever was that. Of course it was a Hamas-Israel conflict. That's part of it. But that conflict itself has to be understood in a much wider context. We now know with absolute certainty on the basis of captured Hamas documents that Iran and its resistance axis was planning a major war against Israel, that all of its proxies, Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah, were to play a role in that war, that the goal of the war was to destroy Israel, that they had come to believe that they had the capacity to defeat Israel. Fortunately for us, if I can use that word, fortunately, Hamas jumped the gun and surprised somewhat their dark overlords in Tehran and in Beirut. And that gave the Israelis the opportunity to fight each one of the tentacles of Iran, of the Iranian octopus, one by one, and to focus on theater by theater until we finally got to this point. It's absolutely fitting that these operations, Rising Lion and Epic Fury, are joint American-Israeli operations. And I say it's fitting not simply because it's wise from the point of view of American security to cooperate so closely with the Israelis, but also it reveals, I think, what the essence of this conflict was from the beginning. Iran, in building up the proxies to destroy Israel, has been carrying out an asymmetric war against the United States and against the entire Western order or international order that the United States leads. Because behind Iran stand China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And so that we arrive at this moment now where the United States is cooperating closely with Israel, and that a major goal of the war is to open up the Strait of Hormuz to free passage, because Iran is blocking it with the tacit support of the Chinese and the Russians, because they recognize that with Iran having the ability to close the Strait of Hormuz, they being Beijing and Moscow, realize that if Tehran can close the Strait of Hormuz, if it can hold 20% of the global energy supplies hostage, and at the same time, if it can choose if it can succeed at a time of its choosing closing the Bab el-Mandeb, the access to the Suez Canal, well, then it has a stranglehold on the global economy, which is intolerable to the United States. The decision on October 7th to go to war was taken by Yahya Sinwar in Gaza, but as I say, behind that there was a whole process of planning for this war. The war didn't unfold the way Tehran expected it to, but they had been working for this for years, and we failed to see this. It's a major intelligence failure, not just of the Israelis, but of the United States and of the entire Western world. The resistance axis, as it calls itself, had for years been talking about complete victory over Israel, and we read it as empty rhetoric and not as an actual plan. Why did they think they could win? I think it's very important that we delve into that. They thought they could win for, I think, three major reasons. One is the obvious desire of the United States to pull back from the Middle East. The United States had lost the appetite for maintaining the order that it created in the region. Secondly, they saw disarray in the Western camp, disagreements between America and its allies, fractures within each member of the alliance, fractures inside Israeli society, very severe polarization between left and right in Israel, led to strategic confusion in the West. But finally, and I think most importantly, the resistance axis developed new tools. That's drones, ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles. These gave what my colleague John Kasapoulou, who will join me up here in a moment, calls overmatch. The capacity to penetrate even the most sophisticated air and missile defenses that we have and that the Israelis have. We and the Israelis have the most sophisticated defenses in the world. They recognized that these tools gave them an asymmetric advantage that we were very slow to recognize. This is a second intelligence failure, and it's an intelligence failure. In some ways, it's more significant than failing to understand the fact that they actually thought they could defeat us. It's that we did not build the force necessary and build the doctrines and formulate the doctrines necessary to defeat our adversaries. Again, if I can quote my colleague John Kasapoulou, he explains to us that you fight with a shield and a spear. The purpose of the shield is to block the blows of your opponent's, did I say spear? Sword. To block your opponent's sword so you can use your sword. If your doctrine overemphasizes defense and doesn't emphasize offense, then you lay yourself open because these asymmetric weapons that they have developed are economic weapons as much as they are military weapons. The cost of defeating them through defenses is prohibitive. And we see the Chinese, Russians, Iranians, North Koreans, they recognize this weakness that we have globally, and they're seeking to take advantage of us. I'll just say one more remark here about October 7th, and then I'll ask John to come join me on the podium. And that's the sort of, I think, large picture of what happened on October 7th. But then there was the proximate cause, and that is that Hamas saw that Saudi Arabia was just weeks away from normalizing relations with Israel, and at the same time, Recep Tayyip Erdogan was thawing relations with the Israelis, and the Hamas calculated that they could destroy Saudi-Israeli normalization, and they could drive a wedge between Turkey and Israel, and that would prevent the United States from consolidating its bloc in the Middle East and shift the balance of power against Iran and its proxies, and by extension, against China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. I think it's very important that we keep those kind of big pictures in our mind as we talk about these operations today, but I won't take up any more of your time on that. I'll just once again thank you all for coming, and I'll ask John to come join me for the first panel. All right, John, we have John Constantopoulos, who is a retired professional boxer. How many fights did you have?
7.
7?
Yeah.
Yeah. How much did you get paid as your retirement package?
I would say less than what I can make with a few articles.
Ah, okay. All right. And we are also joined by David Albright. There he is. Hello, David. David, you are the CEO of the Good ISIS. That's the Institute for Science and International Security. You are a nuclear scientist, a real live nuclear scientist. And in my view, you have books by Edgar Allan Poe behind you. I don't know why. Or is that POE? Is that something other than American literature? You're also, David, you are, I think, generally recognized as the #1 expert on nuclear weapons, certainly in the United States, probably in the world. So thank you for joining us.
Good to be here.
And let me start with you, actually, David. We want to talk in this panel about how this all began. And there's a lot of talk in the media that there was no threat, including from Joe Kent from the National Counterterrorism Center, formerly of the National Counterterrorism Center, that there was no threat from Iran. I wonder if you could address those sort of crude statements of no threat, but also just give us a sense of where the nuclear conversation stood, or debate, negotiation stood at the time that these operations broke out.
I think you have to go back a little bit. I mean, there's been essentially a war between Iran and the United States for decades, and a subset of that was the struggle over Iran's nuclear program. And I think, in my mind, the current war is really a continuation of the June war. I mean, you're talking more politically in your opening remarks, but from a nuclear point of view, is that it's really the same war. And the problem is that Iran persists in seeking a nuclear weapons capability. The June war reduced it dramatically, but left key elements of that capability intact, such as the highly enriched uranium stock. And so the situation was that Iran could decide to build the bomb and surprise the United States, Israel, perhaps with maybe not a missile deliverable weapon, but a nuclear weapon nonetheless could be delivered non-conventionally with the same effect as if it had been delivered by a missile. So you have a situation that was very unstable, and if you're the United States, and let me just especially emphasize Israel, the situation is only going to get worse with time, and so you have an incentive to strike, and it is an existential threat. I mean, the situation can change from one day to the next if we really miss things on the nuclear weapons program, and Iran would emerge with an ability to seriously damage Israel, perhaps even destroy its willingness or will to continue as a state. I mean, you could have a massive migration. 3 or 4 nuclear weapons go off in the harbors of Israel. So I think I don't use the word imminent threat. I don't quite, that's a legal term in the US law. I think that the threat was immense, and Iran demonstrated in the negotiations that it had no intention to give up what mattered. I mean, and I think Witkoff and And Trump's son realized that, or son-in-law realized that Iran wanted to go through the same kind of negotiations it always goes through. And the end result of those negotiations is Iran will have, whether it's 5 years later, 2 years later, 10 years later, a large gas centrifuge program that can easily hide a small one that could be dedicated to making weapon-grade uranium. And we just witnessed that, how that played out, where Iran built up its capabilities and ended up with a large stock of 60% enriched uranium, so it could make that, turn it into weapon grade uranium in a few days. And why do we want to go through that again? And so Iran, it was clear in the negotiations, and I don't think anyone can dispute this. They can dance around it, they can throw up all kinds of chaff. But the bottom line is Iran was not willing to give up its enrichment program. It wasn't even willing to even restrict it overly. I mean, it talked about continuing to be able to make 20% enriched uranium, and it was refusing to allow the stocks to come out in any meaningful way. I mean, they talked about dilution, but who knows if that's really what was going to happen, and over what time frame, and then what else would remain. And then if you have gas centrifuges coming back online, you can build up those stocks again. So I think the situation was that it was a great threat that Iran was posing to Israel and the United States, particularly Israel, and that if you then throw in the missiles, it's very understandable why Israel and the United States struck, and that there really was no way to solve this through negotiations at that time. And then if you then add on all these other things like what had happened to these Iranian people in January, it starts to build the case of why now.
David, let me stay with you for a moment here. And just to clarify a few things, you talked about a non-conventional delivery of a nuclear weapon or of nuclear material. Can you just flesh that out for us a little bit? What's the picture you have in your mind? You mentioned ports. Are you talking about loading some of the fissile material on a boat and then blowing it up with conventional weapons in the port? Is that what you have in mind?
No, I mean a real nuclear weapon. I mean, it's just not miniaturized and hardened, rigidized for delivery by a missile. I mean, Iran had succeeded in designing a very small half a meter across nuclear warhead by the end of 2003, and had largely learned how to build all the components and was building them. And so it would build a weapon that could be relatively small. And again, it takes some time. I mean, I don't think it's not immediate, but a lot of these things can happen in secret, and that it would be delivered, for example, in a shipping container. I mean, or another kind of speedboat or something. It's several hundred kilograms, but it's easy to transport, and so they'd have to manage to get it through the various waterways. But that could be how it would be delivered, and meanwhile they would be working on trying to build a warhead for a ballistic missile, and it's also risky. I mean, Israel can shoot down missiles, and so Iran's would have to think carefully how to deliver it. But if it emerged with that kind of threat, these kind of possibilities, let me just categorize low to medium probability, but immense consequences become front and center.
Can you also just help us understand what you understand to be the status of the fissile material underground in, I think now most people believe it's in Isfahan? Or what's your understanding of where the enriched uranium stockpiles that the Iranians had are currently located, and did they have access to them?
Well, Director General of the IA, Grossi, says that over half of the 60% stocks are in the Esfahan mountain complex, and that mountain complex has 3 tunnel entrances, and they were attacked in the June War. Iran gained access to at least one. We look at satellite imagery and come to that conclusion. They subsequently, before this recent war, covered all entrances with quite a bit, tons of dirt to try to make gaining access more difficult. And also damage by the Tomahawk missiles would be less if you have tons of dirt over the entrances. So I think that's where over half is. It's hard to know where the other half is. I mean, some was entombed in Fort Al as a result of the U.S. bunker busters hitting Fort Al in June. There may be some at Natanz. There may be a significant stock in Natanz. There's two mountain complexes right next to Natanz, one under construction, which is well known as Pickaxe Mountain. There's another smaller one that was built in 2007, sort of within the same perimeter as the one under Pickaxe Mountain. That one was sealed up by the Iranians just shortly before the war. And we don't know what was in there. We saw trucks going in, stationary satellite imagery. We don't have video, but we saw trucks heading into that toward that tunnel entrance. So I say that IA has an idea of where these things are, but they're only revealing the information they have on Esfahan, and we don't really know if Iran's has done anything with the stocks. I mean, the working assumption is that they are. The greater than one half of the stock of HU remains in Esfahan Mountain. But Grossi made a statement, just kind of a flippant statement a couple of weeks ago, where he was pressed and he says, well, I hope so. So without verification on the ground, it's hard to know publicly. Now, U.S. and Israeli intelligence agencies may know more because they can intercept communication, they have spies, and so they may have a much greater understanding of where these stocks are.
Thanks. John Casapolo, let me move to you now. First of all, let me ask if you have anything to add to what David Albright has just told us.
Well, in general, all the critical mass that David described about Iran's nuclear capacity being a threshold state also applies to, I would say, its ballistic missile proliferation and its drone warfare capabilities. So we are talking about not merely the nuclear edge being, at a critical turning point, but also overall strategic and disruptive weapons capability of the Islamic Republic was really at a critical turning point, I would say.
And can you elaborate more? What made it a critical turning point?
Look, back in 2009, the first protests in Iran after Mousavi, and 2015, the JCPOA taking as two milestones. It was unimaginable at the time if I propose something for Hudson Institute, let's publish Iran becoming the drone warfare sponsor of the second largest arms exporter of the world, Russian Federation. And going back to those times, let me introduce something to John Walters, our CEO. Let me start a series here. Iranian drone proliferation becoming the #1 drone threat to NATO's eastern flank. And you know what? We can see decoys of those drones entering the Polish airspace. That would necessitate NATO to scramble a very expensive air wing comprised of 5th generation aircraft, 4th generation aircraft, and Patriot air and missile defense batteries to intercept, to just like spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and flying millions of dollars of fancy toys in the air to intercept a strike package that wouldn't value more than $200,000. Okay? So that was unimaginable, but we saw the exponential growth also.
And just to make clear, you're describing something that happened.
Something, we are in 2015, we got a time machine, and when everybody was in Washington, D.C., everybody was talking about Iranian missiles being merely static regime security means just to compensate for lack of conventional capabilities, and Iranian drones being obsolete. And that was a talk in the town, by the way, when we first saw Iranian drones in Ukraine, even in 2022. So there is a gang here, I would call, in Washington, it's okay gang. Iran is proliferating ballistic missiles. They have, CEP problems. They are not precise. Iran is building drones. It's okay, no problem. They are obsolete drones. They cannot compare. They cannot be compared with our drones because of that analytical, intellectual, so to speak, gang in Washington, D.C. We wasted a decade, perhaps like 2 decades of time about right sizing and predicting Iranian weapons, weapon systems and Iranian capabilities.
But explain to me a little bit here, though.
Likewise,
the scenario,
Diego Garcia, for instance.
Sorry?
Likewise, Diego Garcia.
I'll come to Diego Garcia in a minute. But the episode that you described of Shahid decoys in Polish airspace.
Gerbera, we call them.
So when did this happen?
It happened last year, if I'm not mistaken, September 2025.
And if you're advising NATO and that happens, why is this unacceptable from a NATO point of view?
First of all, Shahid drones are introducing an asymmetric and really highly attritional defense economics model to the entire state of the play. Explaining a very defense geek issue in very simpler terms, most of the time, the interceptors that you use to intercept those Shahid drones are more expensive than those drones, okay? And your production capacity, your defense industry's pipelines in producing those interceptors, be it beyond visual range air-to-air missiles, within visual range air-to-air missiles, strategic and tactical level interceptors, are actually being dwarfed by the production capacity of Iran and the Russian Federation. So far we have seen, for instance, more than 3,000 drones, Shahid drones, Iran launched. We have enormous combat data onto the Gulf and Israel. We have enormous combat data from the Russia-Ukraine war. At an average rate in a month, Russia launches more than 4,000 drones, sometimes more than 5,000 drones at Ukrainian targets. So in terms of the asymmetry between the interceptors, Ukrainians are coming up with good solutions that we can touch upon, but in a conventional sense, the asymmetry of the interceptor and the threat itself is not sustainable. And second, these are offense-dominant systems. We are explaining this issue with the analogy of a 357 Magnum and a bulletproof vest. In Ukraine, interception rates are never below 80%. Some months they are about 90%, and so is the Emirati interception rates right now. So has been so far the Israeli interception rates. But what about if you shoot me with 6 bullets from your 357 Magnum, and my bulletproof vest stops 5 of them? Mathematically, it is 83% interception rate. Beautiful. Medically, I'm dead. I got a ruptured lung and ruptured heart. Okay, so it is the more or less this equation. If you look at Ukrainian Air Force interception rates monthly, you see like about 85%. The same month, go to Ukrenergo, okay, Ukraine state-owned energy company, and they are talking about the outages, the power outages in major Ukrainian cities. They are talking about like each month, like more than 10, sometimes like 15, 16 cities, like big cities with full power outages. And it is not the 90% or the 85% interception rates that you should be focusing on. It is actually the 10% to 15% breach rate of the strike packages. Why? Because in terms of defense economics, they can keep launching those drones at the adversaries. This is pennies versus dollars, and in a very interesting paradigm, pennies are winning over the dollars.
I hate to give it to the Iranians, but you have to respect the achievement, because this is they developed these capabilities when they were under economic sanction for decades, and they made them basically at home. We're not reliant on supply chains that were easily disrupted, and based on relatively simple technologies.
Let me.
I mean, to develop, to identify such a weakness on our part and to exploit it under such conditions is a real achievement.
I agree with that, but let me explain the situation, like how we ended up here with a medical analogy. If you use antibiotics against a pathogen, not in the way that you should be using it, be it because of the posology, because of the dosage, that you are underdoing it, or you are not using the right kind of antibiotics on the pathogen, a halfway through or imperfect planned antibiotics administration end up not with a treatment, but with a more resistant pathogen. That's how we ended up here. Our existing arms control regimes, be it the Wassenaar arrangements, missile technology control regime, they do not apply to Iranian drone proliferation. Why? Because 90% of the drone is commercially available subcomponents. Okay? We are talking about semiconductors coming from Texas Instruments. We are talking about antennas coming from European Union area. Iran, all these years, we thought that they were totally under sanctions, but through shell companies like an octopus and its tentacles, around the globe, has built inroads into Western dual use and commercial technologies. If you look at the typical engine of a Shahid drone, Shahid 136, it is the copy of a German Limbach 550, totally commercial. Okay, so it is one thing that we try to contain the Iranian drone proliferation and missile proliferation threat with existing arms control regimes and existing sanctions frameworks. We didn't understand fully the magnitude of developing such capabilities in 21st century. And right now, I think if it is not too late, we have to understand that we have to extend our efforts to tackle Iran to private sector, to dual-use components, to commercially available technologies first. And second, a typical Iranian drone is not merely an Iranian weapon system. It's a coalition weapon. Take, for instance, a Russian-Iranian Shahid hitting Ukraine, like this morning. Okay? Labor is coming from North Korea. The microchips are coming from China. Most of the sites and combat data is coming from the Russian military. It is very important. Like combat data is very important for 21st century war. And concepts of operations and the conceptual design of drone warfare is coming from the Revolutionary Guard. So that's the coalition that we have been facing. Likewise, the weapon systems that are raining down terror on Israel, for instance, right now, and the Gulf, somehow, I would say, an important portion of Iranian missiles have North Korean DNA, like in Khorramshahr.
So let me move back to David. David, I want to ask you some more specific questions about the state of the stockpiles and how we might deal with them going forward. But let me just stick with the theme for the moment. Let me stick with the theme that John Kasapoulou just developed. In confronting Iran, I notice in the debate here in Washington, or I've been dealing in the debate here in Washington, that Iran presents simultaneously two different characters to the world. Some people look at it and they see a weak third world country with a basket case of an economy, and they see a very pragmatic face. When I worked in the White House in 2005 to 7, I was always struck by the messaging that the Iranians would engage in through the intelligence channels and through intermediaries like the Shiite politicians in Iraq, their friends in Europe, and so on, where they would send us very, very pragmatic messages telling us that if we just sat down and talked to them, all problems could be solved, and that they really don't have any aggressive inclinations toward us. Don't pay attention to our public messaging of wanting to destroy Israel and throw the United States out of the Middle East. We really are just like you, and we have the same interests as you, and we want to get along with you. And then there's the other vision of Iran, which is all the things that its public messaging says it is: an aggressive revolutionary power, a radical Shiite revolutionary power, a partner of China and Russia in overturning the American global order, a power that seeks to destroy the Jewish state, and so on and so forth. And it's kind of paralyzed at certain moments, it's paralyzed our debate here. When you look at the debate over the nuclear question, Are you similarly frustrated by this duality that Iran presents? And do you see in your world, in the IAEA, do you see people who focus in on the seemingly pragmatic side and miss the jihadis who are putting together all of these capabilities?
I mean, my experience essentially has been they've always lied. I mean, they never stopped. I mean, I start with the Shahid example. I mean, when they sold the Shahid package, which was a $1.75 billion technology transfer on production in Russia, they denied it completely. They still deny. I'm sure they've sold Shahids to Russia, and they made a fortune doing it. I mean, Russia paid a hell of a franchise cost for the Shahids, given their production costs. So I think my experience has been that the only way you can proceed with Iran is you assume they're lying, and then you have to flush out the truth. And they had a secret nuclear weapons program in the early 2000s. They fully intended to keep it secret to the point until they got the bomb. It was a traditional secret nuclear weapons program. It was flushed out. The program got scared, so they went underground, denying the whole time they did it. And so it's always been their enrichment program. I was sat with Iranian diplomats, Zarif, Salehi, who in the 90s, who would deny they had a gas centrifuge program. It had to be flushed out. We were part of that, exposing their centrifuge. So I think people in Washington or wherever in Europe who think that accept that Iran and its Iranian regime at face value are foolish. I mean, it's completely contrary to the experience of people who deal with Iran on a substantive level. And I think that you can make a deal with them, but you shouldn't accept their word. I mean, it's truly what Reagan said, trust but verify. But I would also add a thing, don't trust them and verify double, because so much is usually hidden. And in fact, I would say we even got tricked in 2003, 2002, when sort of flushed out their enrichment program at Natanz, thinking, oh my God, we've really found the enrichment program they're coming forth. They were hiding the enrichment program that was part of the nuclear weapons effort, the crash nuclear weapons program. And they continued to build it in secret until that was flushed out. Several years later, it is now what we now call FORDOW. So I think there's always layers of truth. They'll hide the lies in the truth, and that makes it more difficult. And that's what I think people fall for. And it's sort of what you're talking about is there is some truth there, but behind it, unfortunately, there's often lies.
There's a certain attitude which I've encountered in the government, which I have difficulty understanding, and that's people who are experts on these issues, have dealt with the Iranians even personally, up close. They know that when their lips move, they're lying. They know that when they're snoring, they're lying. And yet they will accept a process based on a lie, on the notion that that the process itself is going to deliver a better outcome than insisting on a process that's based on the truth. And I think the Iranians are very sophisticated in convincing us to live and negotiate within their frame. Except their insistence, for example, that their program is a civil nuclear program. And any suggestion that we have, any question that we have that is based on even the possibility of something else, they respond to with great, as if they're insulted and as if their honor has been impugned. And we're willing to go along with that. And I've never quite understood why it is that people who are savvy, experienced, and directly involved in these negotiations accept that line of negotiation. You have any thoughts about that? If you don't, it's fine.
Yeah, no, and I don't. I'm frustrated with that part because, to me, I mean, I was kind of involved in the UN inspection effort in Iraq in the 1990s, and witnessed it for years. Where it went from lying to opening up. I met a lot of the people involved in the South African nuclear weapons program and how when opened up and with resistance and then revealed their program. But what I learned in that is that if you want to know what's going on, I mean, over time, I mean, is follow how the International Atomic Energy Agency responds to a country, and they have consistently responded that Iran is hiding something. It's not they don't. They're very diplomatic. I'll be blunt. They're lying. There's undeclared material, which was nuclear material. The declarations aren't complete, and so they're the ones to follow. And I think it's very significant that who had to be marginalized in the JCPOA? The IAEA. They had it in a sense, as one senior IAEA official told me, decades of working there, the IAEA was thrown under the bus by the JCPOA. And now some of it was self-induced, but most of it was the powers that be did not want the IAEA mucking around, asking the questions and demanding to know, where's the nuclear weapons program? Is it gone? And so I think that's true today. If you want to know, if you want to get a sense of the status of Iran's truthfulness, is pay attention to the IAEA and insist that they have robust access, and Iran has to declare its full nuclear program. And that's the guide to me of how to judge arms control deals or interim deals or whatever, is to focus on what the IAEA has to say.
Just for clarity, can you explain to us the specific maneuver in terms of the negotiation that sidelined the IAEA? What did John Kerry do that pushed them out of the picture?
No guideline, no advancement, whatever day you want to call it. Nothing Iran did was contingent upon meeting the conditions of the IAEA for a full, complete, honest declaration. So they could poke around and play in their sandbox in a sense in the marginalization that they were subjected to. But if they said, look, things aren't right, there's a incomplete declaration, that wouldn't trigger any stoppage of sanctions relief, for example. It wouldn't trigger any reward being given, would not be stopped. And it's interesting, if you look at the agreed framework between the United States and North Korea, at least the IAEA was given a role to say, if you don't satisfy the IAEA, you will not get in this case, the nuclear power plant components to fulfill that part of the agreed framework. And so the United States knows how to involve the IAEA as a trigger and as a condition, but it chose not to do it in this. And I will emphasize, the IAEA was one of the first to discover Iran had a secret enrichment plan and act on it. It built on a kind of a misinformation from an Iranian opposition group about a nuclear facility at Natanz, which they identified as a fuel fabrication or fuel conversion plant. The IAEA knew enough it was enrichment, and they sent a letter to Iran and basically quoted the MEK, or however they're called in that press conference, and said, they say you've got a secret site at Natanz. And they told me, the people who did it, said that it was like sending a letter to the United States president based on Al-Qaeda's information. So it was quite a courageous thing to do with the Iranian regime, and the regime, of course, stalled, but finally they could be cornered to force them to admit they had an enrichment program and reveal the Natanz site at least. So I think the IAEA is really a primary source of reality when it comes to Iran, and I think it's always a mistake to not fully put them front and center and empower them and base your negotiating goals on what the IAEA can certify about Iran's secret nuclear program.
So, David, if you had the proverbial elevator ride with President Trump, and you got 1 minute to tell him the thing that you would most like to see come out of this conflict, what would you tell him is necessary for these negotiations with the Iranians on the nuclear file?
Well, one, I would make it a ceasefire deal. And it would be a ceasefire that could be lead to restarting of the war, but it would be in that ceasefire deal would be an end to enrichment, a dismantlement of its enrichment program, and a verified end, or I'm saying an end to its nuclear weaponization program, and there's various parts of that are known. It would require Iran to make a full, complete declaration about their nuclear weapons programs, past and present, and there would be robust verification. I think the idea of the verification would be modeled more on what happened in Iraq in the 90s, where you had a specialized groups and teams that would then have military support behind them if things didn't go well. And so I think that's the kind of thing that I would tell Trump that is absolutely important to get, and not stop the war until you get it.
Let me repeat back to you what I heard you say in layman's terms, and you tell me if I got this right. We know from other experience, like the South African experience, we know what it looks like when a regime truly gives up a nuclear weapons program. They have to open the books to us, explain what their program was, explain all of the information that we have gathered about it so that it makes sense to us. And they have to also open up their procurement network and explain to us how they were, who their partners were, how they were acquiring the technologies and materials that they needed to get from outside of Iran. And that then will give us the baseline from which to monitor them, because we know that that there's a tendency to use the same procurement networks over and over again. So if we have a good sense of how they did it in the past, we'll be better positioned to monitor them when they cheat moving forward, and we know they're going to cheat because this is who they are.
Well, I would just add, you want to start with a complete declaration. You don't want to have to write it. They have to write it, and then you query it, and then you test it with things like procurement information. Part of the declaration, and you can choose to do it, would include procurement. South Africa chose not to include procurement, and that was accepted, and the job could still get done. Iraq procurement information was absolutely critical. It couldn't do the job without the procurement information. So I would imagine Iran is more like Iraq than South Africa. But fundamentally, you need them to make a declaration that then is queried, and then you add to it. And that happened in Iraq, where the first one was 80 pages when we knew they were lying like crazy. And the final one was well over 1,500 pages and growing by the time the inspectors left in 1998. So I think it's well known how to do it, and but you need an enforcement mechanism, and you need a kind of a starting point, which I think in Iran case would have to be a ceasefire deal, it's not a JCPOA 2.0. I mean, we're way beyond that. This is much more like what happened in Iraq in 1991.
Thank you. That's enormously helpful. We'll move to audience questions in 1 second. But John Kasapoulou, let me just have you give you one more question, and if you could be brief in your answer, I'd appreciate it, so we can get to the audience. It's hard. We tend to talk about the nuclear program as the primary problem, but what you've described is really. We have to think of this now as a complex problem, because it's also we can't think of the nuclear program without a connection to the missiles, drones, and ballistic missiles, and we can't think of those without connection to the proxies. And it's really those three together that define the Iranian threat. Is that how you see it?
Exactly, and that's why I wouldn't call it a disagreement, but I would have a nuanced agreement with my colleague David Albright. Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons capacity right now, okay? But it can wipe out the Gulf Arab states' desalination architecture if it wants to, with completely non-nuclear weapons, and that would create an existential level problem for those states, because 90% of the drinking water is coming from those desalination plants, and they are soft targets. They are not hardened bunkers. You take them out very easily, and you do not need very heavy ballistic missile warheads to get the job done. All you have to do is to disrupt the pumping stations. And because they need seawater, they are accumulated in coastal strips sitting they are like sitting ducks to Iranian drones. We started this war with oil prices around like $70, and we ended up about $100 right now. And it is not the end of the war. We can see even even a more grimmer picture, if you like. And the ability of the Islamic Republic to manipulate oil prices, and oil is a global commodity, so Iran has its hands around the neck of international economy, is achieved by the Islamic Republic without nuclear weapons. Without nuclear weapons, Iran is the drone warfare sponsor of the Russian invasion in Europe, the main drone problem of NATO in its eastern flank. Without developing nuclear weapons, Iran's reach right now in terms of its missile warfare capabilities is extending to Diego Garcia, which is literally doubling down in terms of range. The self-restricted range of Iranian missile by Khamenei was 2,000 kilometers, and Diego Garcia is 4,000 kilometers. So it is literally doubling down on the self-restricted.
They lied about their capability?
Are you surprised by that? Yeah. So, but all these achievements that we are talking about for the Islamic Republic and all the threats that we are assessing right now from our side, they have been achieved. They have been achieved by a non-nuclear Iran. So the one thing I disagree with JCPOA was not only the way that it formulated the way of tackling Iranian nuclear program. The thing I disagree with the framework was that it was reducing the whole problem into I wouldn't say simpler state, but the limited framework of nuclear program. A non-nuclear Iran with enough drone warfare capabilities, enough missile warfare capabilities, and a proxy network would be as dangerous as a nuclear Iran, I would say.
Just one last sentence on this. It threatens the entire, it threatens the existence of the state of Israel, but it threatens the entire basing network of the United States military.
And also, it is not Iran. Like, again, we have to understand, we are facing a coalition. And the coalition is nuclear. China is nuclear. North Korea is nuclear. Russia is nuclear. Iran is a part of that coalition. So I think like we need a broader geopolitical picture of what we have right now.
I wanted you to say, yes, Mike, it threatens all the U.S. bases.
Exactly as you put it right.
Right. I wanted you to say it because the point of this panel is, why did this war break out now? And there are people out there who are saying there's no threat. And the threat is really, it should be very apparent to us. It's a threat to the entire American position. And okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have time for questions as long as they're based on the notion that this is an imminent threat. John Walters, CEO of Hudson.
I wanted to go back to what we know is the enriched fuel they have. What do we have to do with that? One, and two, what does the panel think the risk of just a dirty weapon is in this environment?
Okay, so that we'll start with David Albright on that, and I think John Kasopoulos is also going to have something to say about that. Did you hear the question, David?
The second, highly enriched uranium is not a very useful material for a dirty bomb. It just isn't that radioactive. I mean, Iran has radioisotopes that cobalt-60, some others that could be used in a dirty bomb. But my guess would be Iran wouldn't see that as effective. It may be willing to help a terrorist group do something like that, just like they may do something with pharmaceutical-based agents, with like fentanyl, to cause terror. But I don't think Iran is very likely to use the enriched uranium in a dirty bomb. It's just far too valuable. I mean, the highly enriched uranium is the crown jewels of their entire nuclear program, and there isn't a lot left of that program. And so that's too valuable. I'm sorry, what was the first question?
How would, if I understood correctly, John, you'll correct me. How would we dispose of this? I think from a technical point of view, is that what you're? How do we get a hold of it? How do we get a hold of it? And what do we do with it?
I mean, there's been a lot of media speculation about commando raids and things like that. It'd be very hard to do that. It would require a large number of troops. You've got to move tons of dirt. You have to wade through any kind of booby traps, and all the while worried about Iranian troops attacking your forces. So I think and you'd have to also get your troops to a place like Esfahan over quite a bit of Iranian territory. So I think it's not very realistic. I think it's much more realistic to seek a ceasefire deal. Let me just add to John, you can add conditions to it. I mean, that's what the Iraqi situation was. No missiles over a certain limited range, and you could add drones. So I mean, you can add things to this agreement or ceasefire deal. Now, um, the problem, if you can't get that, is you have to really seriously think of entombment strategies, something like what was done to Fort Al. And it's these mountain complexes at Esfahan and at Pickaxe Mountain and are more complicated to hit, but you have to try to find a way to entomb it for the medium term, preferably long term, discourage the Iranians from even trying to get back in. I would say the second tunnel complex in the common perimeter of Pickaxe Mountain is probably much easier to entomb, and there appears to be something valuable there. But I do think that if they are going to walk away without a ceasefire deal, that they do have a responsibility to make it very hard for Iran to recover these materials that are in these tunnel complexes, and then do the work that's necessary to see if any's leaked out. Or I'm sorry, let me say that again. If Iran has taken any, Israel has remarkable capabilities and it has informant networks. So if Iran has taken away some of that, they have a responsibility to determine that's the case. And
all
then
oh, sorry.
act.
All this talk of entombment, now I understand the influence that Edgar Allan Poe has had on you. Blue coffee, wearing a very green tie.
Thank you. Thanks. Great panel. Question for John. Can you elaborate a little more on the attack on Diego Garcia, or the attempted attack? How were the Iranians able to double the range of whatever missile they used? And do you see this as a one-off, or is this a new capability they're trying to sort of develop on the go or on the fly while they're under attack? Thanks.
That's a great question that I think, like we were discussing before the panel, that we should delve into. There are two ways for the Iranians to be able to target Diego Garcia. Our first understanding was a modification of the combat payload of the Khorramshahr missile. Khorramshahr missile in the literature is, I would say, like imperfectly or flawedly categorized as a medium-range ballistic missile. But the warhead is really gigantic. The Iranians are fitting the missile with a 1.5-ton warhead. And the missile's North Korean cousin, so to speak, Musudan, has 3,000 kilometers range with a lighter warhead. So one possibility for the Iranians is to reduce the warhead size and the combat payload. So that would give the missile a better duration in the flight time. Still, the missile would be dangerous because this is the Iranian version of Russian Oreshnik. It's a shotgun missile. It has a sub-munitions warhead, and it really stresses air and missile defenses. But then then our tracking of the conflict was updated by the Israeli Defense Forces coming directly from the Chief of Staff, General Eyal Zamir. We had an update from the IDF, Eyal Zamir, about the missile design. And the official wording that was used by the Israelis was a two-staged missile. Now it changes the entire understanding of ours. Again, I don't want to go into details. Some sources depict Khorramshahr as a two-stage missile, but we do not have a staged line that makes it very clear that the missile is two-stage. I think most of the writings are confusing the post-boost vehicle for controlling the maneuver for a second stage. A typical second stage or multi-stage missile is a flight path regime that you use one engine, one stage for some portion of the flight, and then you drop it, and then you carry on with other segmentations of the missile. Iran has some solutions in that realm, but they are not stemming from their missile program. They are stemming from their space program. Gaim 100 is one of them. Zoljana is another one of them. We know that the Iranians used all these space launch vehicle tests as also a research and testing effort for their ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile objectives. Again, one problem would be how they manage to cope with re-entry vehicle modifications, because a space launch vehicle is designed to put something on the space, but not warhead re-entry, because you would have enormous atmospheric attritional powers on the warhead, and you have to solve that problem. They can either solve that problem with intra-orbital testing, because we know that since JCPOA, they did hundreds of missile tests, or they can get this technology from the North Koreans, which wouldn't be surprising because the bulk of the Iranian missile program, especially medium-range ballistic missiles, is the product of North Korean Iranian cooperation. So we got two pathways, long story short. One is the weaponization of the space program and space launch vehicles by solving the problem of re-entry vehicle and warhead. And second, the extension of Khorramshahr missile from a medium-range ballistic missile into IRBM, into intermediate-range ballistic missile.
What I hear you say is basically you are describing in the missile arena the same reality that David Albright described in the nuclear field, which is that they hide they hide the truth amidst a bunch of lies, or they hide their programs in plain sight. They break it up. They understand. They have a sense of what all of these different components are how they're going to work together as a military program, but they hide certain parts of it under a veneer of non-military activity. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And some of us were naive enough to buy it.
Even more so, because 2,000 kilometers missile range was not their international commitment to their partners or the United States. It wasn't a product of a deal like the JCPOA. It was the missile range cap set by Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. So it was self-restraining.
It was a fatwa.
Yeah, it was.
We had a fatwa on missiles.
Yes. Yes.
And
they doubled down on the range of that fatwa.
Wow, amazing.
And a quick follow-up, could you explain what actually happened to these two missiles through open source intelligence or official statements?
One failed during the flight.
By the way, you get 30 seconds. Luke Coffey took control of my...
One failed during the flight, and the other one was intercepted.
Right.
Okay, we have 2 minutes left. I'm sorry for the question. Let me just see if David Albright, if you have a final minute statement that you want to make.
Not really. I think I've said enough. I mean, I thank you for the opportunity, and I just hope that the administration sticks to its guns and finishes the job.
Well, thank you for all that you've done, David, in making this program clear to us. Your voice has been the absolute clearest in the discussion about what's happening, the clearest, most reliable, most accurate about what's happening and what needs to be done about it. John, you've got less than 1 minute. Do you want to tell us anything?
Perfect. Just one important point to add to Mr. Walter's question. You, sir, asked about dirty bombs and the possibility of a dirty bombs. Now, I think we have a suspicious case of a dirty bomb. Following the death of the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the Iranians attacked.
20 seconds.
The Iranians attacked El Asad base. Okay, we have a paper about that. The outcome of a radiological attack is very different than a nuclear attack. The outcome, the medical outcome, is not imminent. Over time, you detect it. And you do not see it in think tank papers on military affairs or defense affairs. But if If you look at medical journals on thyroid cancers, on neuropsychiatric effects, on the level of cancer hike in the victims of Al-Assad attack, you see a very different picture because we are seeing a pronounced increase in psychiatric conditions and oncological conditions on the victims of that attack, and that has to be investigated very thoroughly in this capital.
Thank you very much, and all the praise I gave to David Albright also belongs to you, because you have had such a clear voice about this problem of overmatch and how difficult it is to solve. And I think you've seen that with admirable clarity and helped us all understand it. And if you want to know the extent to which I am beholden to John Kasapoulou, you will notice in my writings I keep resorting to medical and boxing analogies, and that's clearly proof that I am in your intellectual debt. Thank you very much. And now we will, yes, please join me in thanking him. And we have a 5-minute break, and then the second panel, moderated by Nadav Samin, will begin. Thank you.
Welcome back to our conference on Epic Fury and Rising Lion. We're here for the second panel to discuss the state of play, the current state of the war. My name is Nadav Samin, and I'm a fellow with the Hudson Institute's Center for Peace and Security in the Middle East. Now, I can't match our director's charm, but I'm at least competitive in the good looks department. So we're going to keep things moving here. We have a jam-packed, a power-packed panel here. Rebecca Heinrichs, a senior fellow here at the Hudson Institute and director of the Keystone Defense Initiative. She's a prolific commentator on the war and defense matters. We have Ray Take, senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. He is a prolific author on Iran. He's written many books on Iran and the Middle East. Glad to have him here visiting. And lastly, you've been introduced to John Kasopoulou, who is going to talk to us about the military balance. I'd like to dive right in. So, with regards to the state of the war, the news changes every day, right? Today, Lebanon PNG'd the Iranian ambassador, for example, and there was reports that the additional attacks against gas facilities in Iran, whether true or not. However, the broad trends are remaining the same. I'd like to check in with Rebecca for the pulse of the White House right now. Where is the president? On the one hand, the United States and Israel enjoy freedom of operations over Iranian skies. Iran is the size of Western Europe. This is not an inconsequential matter. On the other hand, Iran is continuing to launch UAVs and missiles at Israel, at the Gulf states, and continuing to hold the Strait of Hormuz in a stranglehold. So if you were to take the temperature of the president right now, how would you read his view of the status of the war?
Great. Yeah. Well, first of all, it's a privilege to be here with all of you. So thank you for coming here to listen to us discuss this here at Hudson Institute. First of all, it's almost it's hard to know exactly what's going on in the mind of President Trump, but I can tell you maybe what I would be thinking about if I were him, and that's that the military piece of this, as you say, is going very, very well. So even yesterday when President, I believe this was yesterday. Time is kind of a flat circle right now, but when the president essentially announced that we were not going to be striking energy-related targets or reactors, which was a threat that he had made if the Iranians did not immediately stop threatening the Strait. And that was kind of the focus. And some experts sort of interpreted that as that we basically were moving towards a ceasefire of some sort in all strikes. But of course, the B-52s were dropping 2,000-pound, JDAMs on Iran while this was ongoing, and President Trump was looking for some kind of diplomatic progress being made. And then at the same time, there seems to be it seems to me clear that there's another line of effort coming out of the White House, really led by Secretary Bessent, to make some short-term changes to stabilize oil prices in the immediate. So the two things I think the president kind of might feel some kind of timeline pressure is just getting the Strait open, and so there's domestic pressure then, of course, because of upcoming elections. But if you just look at the battlefield and how well it's going on the U.S. and Israeli side, and we can talk about what I think what the Israelis are doing in parallel with what the United States is doing, that is going very, very well. And so even if the president had more time that's not related to sort of political realities, I think that he would be feeling less pressure. But for now, it seems like he's got at least some time to play with. But that's kind of where the pressure is.
Thanks. And let me follow up because you mentioned the Israelis. As I understand it from the Israeli press, Israel had a goal of reducing Iran's ballistic missile launchers to around 5% of their pre-war capacity. Those were around 470 at the beginning of the war, and they're in the low 100s now. So you're assessing that they're on a good pace with their progress. And secondly, do you feel that the Pentagon is also based on all indicators, they are feeling good about their progress. But what is your sense of the Pentagon and the IDF?
So Admiral Cooper, the commander of CENTCOM, gave a great briefing yesterday where he laid out what the United States was still going after, what was still on the target list, and they're still making their way through that. The Israelis seem to be more concentrated on regime leadership. So it's IRGC, it's Basij, and they're making their way through that. So diminishing the most competent of the dangerous leaders in Iran, they're eliminating. while the United States is working on missile launchers, ballistic missiles, drones. And the piece, though, that I did not hear from Admiral Cooper, which tells me that there's still work to be done, is on the nuclear piece. And we can discuss that. But in terms of going after the capacity for the Iranians to threaten their neighbors, threaten U.S. forces in the region, they're being very successful in going through that target list, which then, if we were to move into another phase where you might need to have some kind of special operations team go in there to either remove, physically remove, or some other kind of effort to further entomb so that they can't be used again, the enriched uranium. If we were to kind of move more towards that, you would need to finish this first military phase, which Admiral Cooper seems to be pretty pleased with.
Yeah. Thanks. I do want to come back to the nuclear, but turning to Ray, who is running Iran right now? Is there a cohesive leadership cadre that is organizing this defense, or have they moved into some other sort of approach to endure?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here, and I'm glad to see Mike Durant is not here. So that's always good news. Who's running the country? It's actually sort of a mystery, but they are making decisions. They do seem to be operating in some sort of a mechanism. So in some way, I mean, notionally, there's a three-man cadre set up, and advising the supreme leader and so forth. The country seems to be making decisions every day. So however haphazard the situation may be, however stressed the regime may be, it is still capable of functioning in terms of its decision making. Now, that may be difficult to put a consensus together. Maybe there's a greater degree of time consumption today, but their decision making apparatus, as far as one can tell, is working.
You wrote recently that there is not a limitless pool of talent
Right,
at the
right.
at the leadership level,
Yeah,
and that
right.
so Israeli-U.S. strategy to remove the most effective leaders, therefore, might have utility if allowed to play out. Is that the implication of your analysis?
But one has to be cautious about that. The Islamic Republic is a sort of an ideological entity, and therefore it does have a certain degree of cadre it can draw from. Whether they'll be better capable or not remains to be seen. I think the loss of Ali Larijani was particularly important, not because of internal security situation. There are other people that can do that. But in terms of that, he was capable of appealing to foreign audiences. He was kind of, many people would thought of him as a pragmatist, which is kind of news to many of us, probably news to Ali Larijani. But but nevertheless, he was capable of now doing that. He had dealt with international audiences a great deal during his time as a Secretary to the Supreme National Security Council, longest-serving Speaker of the Parliament. And he was kind of one of the people with rare skills. So he will have a replacement, and it will take time for the regime to find its footing. But some of the people that are being lost would be difficult to replace, particularly not in terms of managing the internal security situation, but in terms of appealing to international audiences.
Thank you. John, turning to the military balance, where do you see the picture right now, particularly with respect to Iran's UAV, continued UAV capacity, its capacity to launch them specifically at the Gulf states, and also its capacity to maintain this stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz?
Actually, we have three different pictures depending on where you are from where you are looking at the issue. At the operational level, the picture depicted by my colleague Rebecca Heinrich is reflecting very good news for the United States and its NATO allies, and also like really intimidating news to the Chinese and the Russians about the American level of military superiority, because we are seeing thousands of flight hours, thousands of combat sorties over Iran, and Iran is a huge airspace. So far, we had 3 friendly fire incidents by the Kuwait air defenses, one still mysterious F-35 incident that ended up with an emergency landing, not by a downed combat aircraft. And the air operations are going very well, and the level of information superiority, you need to come up with a target set or tens of thousands of targets being hit by the American military is really something. That's the operational level, that's good news. But war is not only operational level war fighting, it's a political military act. And there are two things we have to keep in mind. One is COG, center of gravity. Center of gravity of Iran was not Ali Khamenei. This is not Gaddafi's Libya. It is the Revolutionary Guards. So far, there are no high-level defections from Revolutionary Guards. And if a high-level Revolutionary Guards general wants to defect, I don't know, and he doesn't know how to do that, because the political warfare dimension of that campaign, I wouldn't want to say missing, I would say is not matching the military, technical, and operational sophistication of the campaign. We do not see any changes in the doctrinal order of battle in the Revolutionary Guards. Launching a ballistic missile into foreign territory, including high-level targets like international airports, like oil infrastructure, is the highest level of and the riskiest order that a missile brigade has to conduct. And we are not seeing even one telltale indicator that the Iranian missile brigades are refusing to follow orders. Whoever giving the orders, be it the Revolutionary Guards, be it my mother-in-law, be it Mujtaba, whoever giving the definitely. So whoever giving the orders, and Mujtaba Khamenei, or his ex-posts, so to speak, his social media posting, gave 3 warning signals to us. Again, we don't know if he is hospitalized in Moscow. We do not know if he is tweeting personally. We do not know if the Revolutionary Guards generals or my mother-in-law tweeting all these posts, but there are 3 warning signs to us. War reparations, he highlighted, in a way that Saddam Hussein approached to Kuwait. So when the music stops, I don't think the Iranians will stop going after Gulf Arab allies of the United States. About the American bases, I think from now on, if the regime is left wounded but not killed, one of its utmost objective would be forcing an American withdrawal from the region. And Strait of Hormuz, Mujtaba's X account openly underlined that the operations in Strait of Hormuz will carry on. I think that also gives us what a wounded Islamic Republic, but not killed Islamic Republic, would look like following the war. It would be the arch enemy of the American military presence in the region. It will be asking for war reparations from the Gulf Arab states, and if they are not ransomed enough in the Iranian eyes to satisfy them, Iran will go after counter-value targets, as we call, and the Strait of Hormuz. So we have differences at operational level and strategic level.
Yeah.
The worst news is for the Gulf Arab states because they are the battlefield of that war, and their magazine depth is not looking very bright right now.
I'd like to come back to the question of the Gulf states, but for all of us in the room, how has Iran been able to take control of the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz so effectively, so rapidly? Could you explain the tactical and military coordination that is required to achieve that and to maintain that, and perhaps propose some ways to break that stranglehold?
First of all, they had a very good understanding that this is business. In order to kill the business of a restaurant, you do not have to actually go there and shoot somebody. You just shoot the ceiling. That's enough to kill the entire business of that restaurant for the rest of the month. If they even spread the news that they are mining the Strait of Hormuz, insurance prices for the big heads of international shipping will quadruple, overday within 24 hours. And there are 72 hours periods of special insurance prices for those companies. We call it the wartime clause. If the war erupts, the insurance company retains the right to change the entire deal. And that's what all these big heads are dealing with right now. And escorted tankers can be a very good military solution, but in the realm of business, it doesn't look so profit attracting, so business friendly. And the insurances and the payments that your crew would demand from you would be very different than peacetime operations. So that's one thing that the Iranians had a very good understanding of. In order to kill business, they just needed to threaten the Strait of Hormuz and turn it into a war zone, even if the United States is winning that war. That's a war zone, and no company would want to transit through a war zone. Second, they had a very good understanding of manipulating oil prices at a short period, would put immense pressure on the American administration in a prolonged warfighting situation. I think that's the second thing that they have managed to succeed. And the third, we are seeing a perfect example of what we call in war studies the indirect approach. The Iranians are not fighting directly the Americans and Israel. Of course, they are targeting American bases. Of course, they are targeting Israel. But if you look at the outlook, United Arab Emirates, for instance, took half of the punishment from the Iranian missile and drone salvos. The second up is Kuwait, and then Bahrain, which has the smallest air and missile defense forces. Why? Because the Iranian war planning was designed to put indirect pressure on the United States by igniting like wildfires in other corners of the Middle East, which would have global repercussions, so to speak. And also this we discussed in the first panel, Iran owes this success to its drone warfare capabilities, even at very high interception rates, like 10%, even 5% breaches in the overall defenses means like 5% of entire drones are hitting, for instance, the LNG fields in Qatar, which took out 17% of the Qatari LNG capacity. So they see the asymmetry of between their drones and the soft targets and the importance of those soft targets at global scale, global economic scales.
Thank you.
I just want to underscore a really important point that Sean just said, which is that the Strait is closed because it's de facto closed because people don't want to go through it. So when President Trump made the comment, look, the Strait's actually open, he basically kind of, you might get hit by a missile or a drone, but you can go through it. And people kind of mocked him, but there was a lot of truth to what he's saying, which is that, you know, we don't know to the degree to which it is mined. I hear conflicting military analysts say different things in terms of their level of confidence that there might be mines there. But that's why part of the U.S. military effort right now is to take out all of the ships that have been responsible for laying mines. And then also there is an announcement of Admiral Cooper, somebody from CENTCOM made about going after some of these they're essentially hardened targets that were kind of along the Strait there that were responsible for having a coercive effect on the Strait, taking those out as well. So there's a military piece of this, but then there also is just how do you increase the confidence of the individuals and the insurance companies to be able to feel comfortable going through. But there are some ships that are going through. I know the Indians have gone through with some escorts, and because they need to, they don't have the luxury of kind of waiting this out.
Thank you to both of you for your responses. There seem to be sort of two crescendos building, and it's hard to tell how much is political communication and how much is core strategy. On the one hand, you have the president indicating that negotiations are ongoing again. He has always wanted, I think by many people's judgment, a negotiated solution that met the United States' core objectives: elimination of the enrichment capacity of Iran, elimination of its ballistic missile threat, at least to Israel and Europe, and elimination of funding for the proxy. So I imagine that he would be pleased if Iran conceded on that score today. But at the same time, the Strait is the near term. The issue in the Strait is the near term crisis, right? And I think we are moving Marines into the field. Rebecca, could you speak to how these two dynamics might be interacting, this negotiation on the one hand and perhaps a special operation that's building?
Sure. Well, I would just say it's, you know, I don't want to undercharacterize the problem that the Iranians' threat to the Strait is causing. It is a problem, but I'm not quite in the alarmist camp as some people who were like, this is just a giant geopolitical crisis. I don't think that it is. I mean, even here in the United States, I wake up in the morning and check sort of average gas prices in the U.S. We're still far below the peak of gas prices in June of, I think, 2022 during the Biden administration. So I think that some people sort of maybe over, at least for the United States. There's other countries where it's much more of a problem for them, but for us, it really isn't. And furthermore, over the last decade, anytime I participate in any kind of wargaming scenario or workshop or something where analysts and military experts are looking at what the Iranians could potentially do if the United States were to take military action against their nuclear force, in every single assessment, everybody understood that the Iranians were going to threaten the Strait. Right. This notion that the Trump administration didn't take this into account, I just find that completely unbelievable. Of course they did, but I think that the way they're viewing it is you win on your military objectives, and as John said, it's really military objectives really are a means to get to a political outcome that on terms that are good for your own country and your interests. And I think we're getting there. So I think that you have the military piece, and then you have Scott Bessent has clearly been deployed by this administration to make some sort of short-term changes, for instance, relieving sanctions on Iranian oil to tag them to the normal market price rather than the Chinese getting cheap oil from the Iranians, et cetera. He did that in order to relax global prices to kind of make that change. So, he's trying to keep energy prices lower in the near term while the military piece continues to do its part. And then you have this thing which we have the least amount of insight in, which is this diplomatic effort. Are there individuals inside the regime who can maintain control of the, have the credibility to continue to work with the regime and the military, but also more pragmatic, potentially somebody who's more self-interested rather than Islamic Republic of Iran interested. And I think that that's where you're clearly going to see the U.S. working with the intelligence operators inside Israel who are going to be the best at having those psychological profiles of the individuals in there. And I think it's becoming clearer as we just see who is left alive. I mean, those who are still alive in Iran are those who the Israelis are permitting to breathe. Yeah. And so I think that those are the different lines of effort that are all going on simultaneously.
Well, I think that's a great insight that we should keep in mind, that the political objectives remain as they were, and the price fluctuations of oil, which the Iranians have intended to try to raise the cost of this war, the White House is actively trying to manage that through a range of policies so they can push through to achieve their political objectives. I think that makes good sense. On the myths on the gap between rhetoric and reality, how should we, those of us who might be first paying close attention to Iranian revolutionary rhetoric, how should we interpret what's actually going on, vice what the government is saying at the official level?
That's very hard to decipher at this point. I do think that the regime that comes out of this conflict, whenever it ends, is likely to be more militant in its outlook, but perhaps less competent in its ability to execute. It's not a good combination. They seem to have had a strategy, which, by the way, they announced before the war, that they were going to regionalize the conflict and affect the global maritime progress in order to raise prices and to put pressure on the international community and the global economy. That was a strategy that was announced persistently and over again. And they have demonstrated a certain asymmetrical ability to do that irrespective of the level of pressure they're in. And there are several problems here. Whenever this war ends, all three of the protagonists will be, in their own way, in a position to declare victory. The Americans and the Israelis can point to quantitative assessment sanctioning their victory. And the Iranians have said they survived, they took on great powers, and they managed to inflict enough pressure that caused perhaps some sort of a setback on their adversaries. And their aim at this particular point, as far as I can tell, and all this has to be very tentative, is not necessarily to get out of this war to prevent the next one. And have it in mind of everybody, particularly in the United States, that should you want to do this again, should you want to mow the lawns again, you will encounter costs that you may be unprepared to bear, given your politics, your alliances, and so forth. Because after the June War, the narrative that evolved is that Iran was too reticent, and it didn't affect the Gulf states and others in terms of putting pressure on the United States. I would say, coming back to the United States, there is a narrative emerging, if not congealing, that the United States is actually losing this war. You certainly see it in the national media. You're certainly seeing it among the Democratic Party, and even some voices within the Republican Party are very skeptical of it. Greg and I actually compared it to the 1968 Tet Offensive, where Lyndon Johnson won the war on the field and lost it at home. And that's a very serious problem. And why are we in this position? Partly because the Iranian asymmetrical strategy and increased global prices has had some effect. Partly is because the administration has lacked a strategic communication ability to explain itself. The president has not addressed the country. He has offered explanations that are evolving. Some of them are quite practical, such as degrading Iranian military capabilities. Some of them are fantastical, that he should pick the next supreme leader. Sometimes he calls for the ceasefire. Then he calls for a 48 attack on the Iranian. Then he pauses that. There's an ample confusion about what the American objectives are and how achievable they are. So, and at this point, as far as I know, others can comment on this, there has been no congressional hearings on this. So the American people don't have a sustained explanation from the executive branch about what it is that the United States is trying to achieve. And there is a counter narrative. It's in the New York Times every day. That the United States is actually got into a war that it misjudged, it misapprehended, and misplanned, and is trying to look for an exit ramp. I don't know if the administration is looking for the exit plan. I tend to think that the Scott Bessent moves are less about the global economy, because I don't think they affect the prices, particularly desanctioning the Iranian oil. That might be a signal to the Iranians that the Americans are willing to find a way to back down. I don't know the answer to that. But the absence of a sort of a coherent narrative on the administration part has allowed a story of success, and as Rebecca and John said, there's a considerable degree of military success, to be subsumed in the larger political narrative of failure. And the Iranians have established a benchmark for success, which is extremely low, survival. And if they do that, the problem with this narrative taking hold in public imagination, and as far as I have seen, public opinion polls in the United States against this war, then the possibility of a next conflict with Iran is going to be a lot more difficult. And there will be another one, because essentially we're in a position is we believe that we should degrade Iranian conventional capabilities in order to prevent a nuclear program lurking behind those rehabilitated conventional forces.
I think and I want to let Rebecca respond, but I think one of the problems here, when we think back to the Cold War, Reagan did not negotiate with Shevardnadze. George Shultz negotiated with Shevardnadze. Reagan negotiated with Gorbachev. And because the Iranians have always refused direct negotiations and direct negotiations of principles, I think that has made this a more arcane national security challenge than others in past times. And I think the president has been consistent about his desire to achieve a negotiated solution, albeit one that was maximalist by our standards. Still, it was always on the table. And you're right that perhaps that's gotten buried in the course of trying to deal with this eternally knotty problem. But Rebecca, did you have something you wanted to perhaps say?
I think that what Ray lays out is it's certainly possible, and I think one of the things that's unique about this conflict is between the media and then the real-time updates that we're getting on social media. We really are living through this time of information warfare. I mean, it's not like you can just wake up and sort of just see what the news is all reporting. It's conflicting things, and then you have these ghost accounts supposedly operated by regime leader, the supreme leader whom we haven't even seen yet, saying things So it is very, very difficult to know what is true, which is why I keep going to what General Kane and Admiral Cooper continue to say. And to me, and then also the developments of the United States working with these Gulf Arab partners and the Israelis working with these goals. I mean, it's remarkable that we are now to a position where the Israelis are sharing intelligence with these Muslim countries, these Arab states, and providing significant protection of them.
Yes.
And which to me, this is sort of like a manifestation in concrete form of the Abraham Accords in a real security benefit. And so I think, I guess I just see it a little more optimistically, just in an objective sense at looking what is being achieved. And it becomes a math problem if you look at, okay, even if you have a rump remnant regime in place, they don't have the ability to produce missiles. We are destroying their production capacity, the drone capacity, destroying their launchers, and so it will be a severely weakened regime.
Yeah.
By the time this is over, and the United States and I think our regional interests will be in a much safer place. I think the wild card that we just don't have a direct control over yet, we just can't know yet, is just how long it's going to take before the United States and this coalition can have control over the Strait. And I do think that that's very, very important to achieve.
Yeah.
I agree with everything Rebecca said. By every quantitative measure, by every statistical index, the United States is winning the war. The question that I have, and it's just a question, is why is not that translates into a different national narrative in this country?
It's a reasonable question. And when we speak of the fog of war, we will, by the way, have a panel that will look at the future and the legacies of this conflict with my colleague Zeneb and others coming up shortly. So I hope you stick around. But speaking of the fog of war as regards the conflict right now, we know that the Islamic Republic sort of set up shadow institutions to the former regime or to its Republican institutions half a century ago. So the IRGC, which is running the state de facto, today is the shadow institution to the Artesh or the armed forces. There has been a theory that we could peel the Artesh off of the IRGC and work with it. John, can you speak, to what you know the Artesh is doing in the current conflict? Is it mobilized by the IRGC toward these defensive ends? Or is that hope realistic that the Artesh could be an entity that is peeled off at some point in time?
It's not realistic at this moment, but it is the only hope. When this war began, my entire analytical focus about a political change in Iran was not focusing on the streets of Iran, because we have some very missing bricks in the wall about how an opposition should look like. First of all, an opposition should have, of course, like social media coverage, but it shouldn't be the face of a monarch on social media and only that. How many people can Pahlavi mobilize right now in the streets of Iran? Who is the executive committee or something like that ruling that movement? How many battalions, brigades, regiments they have? Like, what is their breach into the IRGC and Artesh? How many generals are supporting them in the Iranian security apparatus? What amount of money are they controlling? Like, what are the arms that they are controlling? Which missile brigades are breached by those people? We do not know, and I think the numbers that I can give to every single question is zero. But we have many social media posts, and regimes like this, they do not change by social media posts. It is about it's about your control over state apparatus and security apparatus. This is why Artesh looms large as the one hope. I wouldn't say a very realistic hope right now, but it is the only hope. Why? Because we want to avoid a failed state when the music stops. We want to avoid a civil war in Iran. We want to avoid a chaos in Iran. So we need state institutions, but not revolutionary state institutions and not hostile state institutions like the Revolutionary Guards, like the clerical establishment. So Artesh, I think, is the natural state institution that existed before 1979, before the Khomeini Islamic Revolution, that takes an oath to protect people. And on the contrary, for instance, like the Revolutionary Guards They take an oath to protect the regime, if necessary, from the people, if necessary, from the armed forces. So Artesh is very important. There are three obstacles before us about an Artesh takeover. First, Artesh has been under very strict control of the Revolutionary Guards for decades. And secondly, as to strategic weapons, drones, missiles, and also nuclear program and the Strait of Hormuz, all the problems that we have been dealing right now, they fall under the Revolutionary Guards portfolio. So Artesh doesn't have a say in these disruptive military capabilities of the Islamic Republic. And third, in terms of calling the political shots within the Islamic Republic, it is the Revolutionary Guards and the clerical establishment right now. The problem is, I agree that the United States is winning the war. If you look at the issue through the prism of combat operations and the operational level of warfighting, in order to win the war decisively, you have to be able to win the peace also. Being able to politically shape the post-war status quo. What do we want in Iran and from Iran when the music stops in the Middle East? So the outlook that I see right now is an Islamic Republic 2.0, that the Khomeini revolution came to an end the moment the top cleric of the regime inherited the post of supreme leader is the very end of 1979, because 1979 was an anti-monarchist revolution. It was an Islamic revolution. It had a Marxist DNA, but we have to keep in mind that it overthrew a monarchy in Iran. So that's what we have. The second thing is, IRGC over a decade has risen up to the power positions that it is controlling the strategic agenda of the Islamic Republic. And when it comes to rebuilding the arsenal, I mean, missile warfare capabilities, yes, to a great extent, but drone warfare capabilities, Iran, the Iranian drone program is not limited to the confines of Iran. Iran has drone production plants in Tajikistan, in Russia. Iran has drone production agreements with Belarus under Lukashenko. And the entire, the entire Iranian defense technological and industrial base is integrated with that of North Korea, with that of the Russian Federation, with that of China. And all these capabilities are not coming back in a decade. I think like it is case by case. When it comes to short-range ballistic missiles, I would say yes. But when it comes to drones and drone proliferation, unfortunately not.
So what I'm hearing about the Artesh is, correct me if I'm wrong, that we need them for a future Iran that is a friend of the U.S. because they have coercive power still, even though they're constrained by the IRGC, and they have a reputational benefit that they could build from to preserve the peace in a future Iran.
They have an organization, they have arms, and their ranks are manned by the sons of Iran.
I want to turn back to Israel because we've only mentioned it in passing, and really in three campaigns between 2024 and 2025, Prime Minister Netanyahu really led the way in exposing the weak fundamentals of the Iranian military strategy, and I think probably building the confidence in the White House that it could achieve, it could knock off one of the U.S.'s top three global threats. Of course, it's taking time, and the parties are working through the tactical challenges. But where do you see Israel right now in terms of its level of confidence in its achievements, in how it might be assessing the strategic trade-offs in the field? For example, if a cessation of hostilities was called within the next week or two, how are you thinking about Israel's strategic position?
Well, just to answer the last piece, if cessation of hostilities were to end now, I think that the one piece that the Israelis would not accept is the remnants of the nuclear program still being in country intact. That would be something that they would simply absolutely refuse. And I think the reason that we haven't gotten to that stage of the war yet is because the U.S. on the U.S. side is still very comfortable in its pacing in the campaign to destroy the kinds of capabilities that the Iranians would need in order to inflict and impose a cost on the United States for actually sending in some kind of special operations team that would go in there. So I think that it's just a sequencing time issue on that, but it still has to be done, and I think that the Israelis just simply wouldn't accept that at this point. But the other thing I think is really important is that I think to raise sort of very, very good pressing question as to why the narrative is so slanted against this administration and why it just feels like everywhere you turn, it just seems like everybody on TV and everybody on social media is just talking about how this isn't going to work and it's going to ultimately end in failure, and the Iranians in some sense are winning, even though by sort of every other objective measurement they're just flailing. I mean, they're losing. I really believe it is during the Obama administration, one of the things that the Israelis continue to say is that the JCPOA, the Iran deal negotiated by Obama, was actually going to enrich a regime and make the entire situation in the Middle East far worse, and that no deal was better than that horrible deal. But the mantra, the sort of Ben Rhodes-led echo chamber at the time was, it's either the JCPOA or a war that we would lose. Those were the choices. That was sort of that was the choice that was pitched really hard on the JCPOA. And if you go back and you look at Senator Schumer's reasons for opposing the Iran deal in 2015, he laid out all of the reasons why he believed that false choice was resting on some wrong assumptions. And really it was resting on the assumption that the JCPOA would moderate the regime. And we know that didn't happen. We know that the Iranians were immediately working to deceive international inspectors, et cetera, and all kinds of flaws inherent in the JCPOA. So, but the Israelis at the time, and Bibi was really out there hammering on this point, saying the whole thing is resting on some false, completely wrong assumptions about the regime and the persistent problem it's going to pose to us by these sanctions relief that the JCPOA would give. And so I think part of it, there's a lot of people wedded to this just myth that this war must lose. The United States and the Israelis must lose this war in order to prove this point that we should have stuck with the JCPOA. Yeah. And I think that myth is being busted very clearly. And my hope, of course, is that we do get a political outcome of the war that on terms that are very good for the United States and Israel. I think that's still to be determined. But I think still by every measure, Benjamin Netanyahu has been proven correct that the regime is not as formidable as we believed it was. And because the JCPOA also rested on this assumption that it was the best we could do because of the costs that the Iranians could impose on us if we were to use military force. And it just simply was not as effective or as militarily competent as those invested in the JCPOA would lead us to believe.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question, and then we'll get to audience questions. Is that okay? Yeah. I just wanted to ask about the GCC states, because they have absorbed the brunt of the UAV assaults, which are the hardest thing, I think, to defend against. They have yet to indicate individually or as a collective that they're going to go on the offensive. Do you see, John, any possibility of a shift in that decision, or as you wrote recently and astutely, are there desalination plants at risk, and that more than anything will keep them from striking?
Very briefly, any military action is the cross-factoring of capability and will. In terms of capabilities, we see that the Saudis have a very capable, very potent ballistic missile arsenal. Partially they have built with the Chinese. These Gulf Arab nations' air forces are more modern and capable than most of European NATO nations' air forces. They have invested a lot in these fancy toys that they have procured so far. We know that they have also standoff munitions that they can unleash on the Islamic Republic. So in terms of capabilities, we have everything in place. Will is the part that is, I wouldn't want to say stumbling, but has not been there as robust as it should be so far. The entire Gulf Arab operations are defensive combat operations, interceptions of drones and missiles. But the magazine depth between the interceptors and between the hostile threats is asymmetrical. And some nations are coming to the end of their magazine depth, so they will have to shift the offensive combat operations. When it comes to desalination plants, it is a real threat, and that should be also incorporated in the post-war status quo.
Yeah, thank you. Let's open up to questions. Let's start with Mike, please.
Thank you. Thanks for a very, very informative panel. Ray, I wonder if I could direct my question at you, and if you could help us understand the domestic context of Iranian decision-making. And let me just make it a two-part question. One is President Pezeshkian. He clearly is laying out an alternative future for Iran, one less confrontational with the neighboring states, less confrontational with the United States. But he's also been clearly sidelined, publicly sidelined by the IRGC. He seems to be basically irrelevant to the decision making about the war. But does that make any difference? Does the current of opinion that he represents, clearly there's a current of elite opinion that says that there's an alternative path for the Islamic Republic to go. Does that make any difference in the long term in the decision making of the IRGC? We have examples in the Middle East like the Assad regime, of a regime that does not care about public opinion. Hamas does not care about public opinion in Gaza. I always had the sense that Iran, there was more of a social compact between regime and more of a compact between regime and society. Am I wrong about that?
Well, I would say the social compact has been, whatever existed, has been attenuated greatly in the past decade with the uprisings of 2017, 19, 22, and most recently. So this is a regime that now rules by force and fear. And Dr. Pezeshkian has really not offered a path out of Iran's daunting domestic problems, economic degradation, class cleavages, ecological problems that are leading to water shortage, all kinds of problems that Iran has that are unmanageable. And in times of war, like when the regime is stressed, I think you begin to see the voices of security organs being the most prominent. And also, the theory of the case of I think at least the Israeli government, as I understand it, is that by profoundly degrading the security organs and their leaderships, you can make a potential uprising successful. That's the theory of the case. Mm-hmm. And it's been largely dismissed in this city. I think there's something to it. I do think there's one certainty in Iranian politics and in Iranian society. There will be another social protest movement. And I think what the Israelis have done is put that protest movement in the greatest chance of success than all its previous predecessors. I'm not suggesting to you that it will succeed, but it has the best chance of success. So in that sense, the bonds between state and society have been very systematically severed, particularly after the latest massacres in January and in the December-January period, where thousands of the Iranians were killed in a very brief, compressed period of time. Whatever numbers you accept, and some of the human rights organizations are suggesting 7,000 fatalities, even if you take that number, or the regime's own number, which suggests 3,100 people, that means more people died in about a 2-week period than they did during the entire Iranian revolution, which unfolded over 15 months. Yeah. Wow. You don't come back from that in terms of trying to regenerate some degree of popular legitimacy for the regime. So this regime at this point doesn't even pretend to pretend. Once you appoint Mojtaba Khamenei as the successor to his father, used to be that the supreme leader's position originally would have to have theological erudition. They did away with that in 1989 constitutional reforms to elevate Ali Khamenei. Then the idea was he would have political experience and revolutionary commitment. Well, Mojtaba seems to be nobody knows about him. which is profoundly unusual in a society where it's very verbose. They write memoirs, they give speeches, they do this. So the fact that he's such a blank slate reflects the fact that the regime doesn't seem to be inclined to explain itself to its constituents. So they're not really thinking that they're going to regenerate some sort of a popular legitimacy or electoral process that will strengthen the regime's Republican pillar. They have decided they're going to live by fear and impose that. And if the fear barrier is broken, and I think one of the things about this war, if it's understood that Iran has lost the war, usually revolutionary regimes that lose wars tend to be demystified. This is why the Iranian narrative that we're winning the war simply because of the interdictions in the Gulf, and that narrative being picked up in the United States, Europe, and elsewhere, is, in my opinion, so insidious.
Well, we have plenty of time for questions, and so that's a good thing. Please, we have a question over here.
First of all, thanks to all of you for a really enlightening discussion. I'd like to follow up on Ray Takei's point about the theory of the case being that victory would be a new set of leaders in Iran. I mean, it's certainly consistent with everything that's been said on this panel and on the previous panel. Almost every problem that you've highlighted about the post-war period can really confidently be solved only if you have new people running Iran. Otherwise, you're dealing with pretty weak reeds, like arms control agreements, and which don't have a great history of enforcement. If this point were to be persuasive with President Trump, and if he actually has, or he came to, or could in the future come to the conclusion that he really needs to do everything he can to get new leaders in Iran, what would you advise him to do? What are the 3 or 4 main things that the United States should be doing? I mean, Israel clearly has its program of eliminating current leaders, which is clearly a step in that direction. But the United States doesn't seem to be doing anything systematically. It's not holding conferences with possible alternative leaders. It doesn't. There's no indication that it's organizing, funding the shipment of communications gear, weapons, or others to people within Iran. But if you were advising the Trump administration that this is the key to solving their problems, what are the things that you would advise them to be doing?
Rebecca, please.
Sure, I'll just quickly, so
Sure,
we can kind of
go
move done. I mean, I'm not sure that they're not doing these things, first of all. So, and I actually think that there's probably a good chance that they are doing them from just the little breadcrumbs that I'm picking up in the press conferences and reporting. And that's that in President Trump's initial recorded speech that he gave at the initiation of Epic Fury, one of the things that he said was defect. If you are a leader in Iran, we welcome you. We will give you full immunity, defect. Now, Jean made the good point that we don't know what the mechanism is for them to do that. But I'm not sure there isn't one. I think that just by the fact that he is saying that there probably is some kind of mechanism for that to happen. I do think that Mossad is probably, it's not probably, I guarantee you, is all over that country anyway. So it's sort of that is a known unknown that I think is probably happening. And so there's that piece. I haven't heard so much of that lately, this public encouragement of defections, but that doesn't mean that it still isn't happening. The other piece I thought was really remarkable is Admiral Cooper actually gave an interview on Iranian TV yesterday, I think it was, where he spoke directly to the Iranian people. And because there is this sort of narrative in DC and beyond saying, oh, look, we thought there was going to be an uprising, and there is no uprising. Admiral Cooper very clearly said, stay in your homes. We're still not ready for you to come out. So there is a U.S. communication strategy internally inside Iran where we are saying, hey, we're still with you, we still have a plan, we're still on this phase of the plan, and we're not there yet. So I would be, so that to me tells me that there is this other thing that's going to happen where we will then be ready for them to move forward. And I said that there was probably a third one, and I think I said 3, or maybe in my head I said 3 and I nixed it, and there's just 2. But those 2 things I would certainly be doing, and I'm just not sure they already are. Or the only other observation I would say is President Trump seems to have it clear actually in his mind that he's very intentionally not giving a lot of this information. So although a lot of the criticism is that we don't know what they're doing, they have not been clear, Trump was very critical of the Biden administration for how transparent they were on what we were providing the Ukrainians. And one of his criticisms was like, why are we doing real time communicating our tactics, our strategies, the kinds of munitions we're providing, stop. So he does seem to have it in his mind as a very intentional thing that there's a lot that's going on that he just does not want to share publicly.
Those are very good points, and I'll just add very little to it. Number one, I think the president would be advised to explicitly reject the Venezuela model in this case, which at times he toys with, including recently. Number two, for the regime to suffer domestically, it has to be seen as losing the war. That means this war cannot end with the Iranian regime still capable and to some extent molesting maritime traffic through the Gulf. That would require the president to actually tell the American people that for the protracted period of time, there will be a concentration of American naval assets in the Gulf, ensuring the passage through that. Those 2 things, I think, would go some way, in addition to all the things that Rebecca said. But somebody in this administration should reject the fact that we're looking for Rodriguez.
We had a question in the back.
I was with the Shah of Iran on his deathbed with his wife, and he had tears streaming down his face, and he said, I wish even the communists were taking over because at least they'd be progressive, and the mullahs will put us back 1,000 years. And I just have a simple question. When we talk to, I'm a Syrian, so we have a lot of people. We have a member of parliament, but those that are speaking from Iran just have one simple thing: they want the regime gone, and they would like Reza, the son of the Shah, to come back. So first is, why do you think the people are not, coming out? And the second, is there a role for the Shah's son to play, at least for a unifying factor, because the people just don't want anything to do with the current regime?
Whoever wants to go.
Sure, if you want to.
Right.
I do believe, and this thing, I'm uncertain about most things in life, but I am certain about one. There will be another protest movement of some strength in Iran. That's the cycle of the Islamic Republic, and that cycle is likely to be disrupted. When a leader is eliminated after 37 years, everybody's kind of discombobulated. When the Shah was gone, ironically, after 37 years, there was a discombobulation taking place. And in the midst of war, and as Rebecca said, Admiral Cooper is trying to suggest people not come out, there will be another protest movement. Mm-hmm. And I can say the second thing. This protest movement will face a regime that may be more vicious but less capable. I don't know the outcome of that conflict today, of that contest for power today. But I think everything should be done in order to make sure that the Iranian people will have the greatest chance possible to topple the regime. All the things that Rebecca said, all the things that have been said in this conference throughout. The president is right, and the prime minister of Israel is particularly right when he says, we are giving you a chance. So a quick conclusion of this war through some sort of agreement brokered by Pakistanis, a premature ending of it, I think, will be damaging to the most important objective of the United States, which is to be the toppling of the Islamic Republic. The president is right, once in a lifetime chance. The prime minister is right, once in a lifetime chance. But this is a moment in time. that we have. It will not be a timeless moment. So this is a very critical time in that sense. I don't think you've seen that, hearing that in national media that believes that the Iranian regime is too resilient to be displaced. It's a strong regime, but it is not one that is capable of being displaced under these extraordinary circumstances.
John.
Oh, sorry, did you want to?
Nope.
Oh.
It's great.
Your comment about this once in a lifetime
Yeah.
extraordinary circumstance made me think about the conversation between Xi Jinping and Putin about the moment in time, and this is our time, and we're going to change the circumstances. Which leads me to ask you, under these circumstances, what do you think Russia and China could do to sustain or change the dynamic of the Iranian regime? What do you think they will do?
I can yield to my
John, do you wanna-
colleagues.
I'm happy to add to Sean.
I can
but-
do.
John, yeah. John first, and then Rebecca.
Yeah, as to Russia and China, well, we got three important developments. One is we have a decline in Iranian missile salvos and drone salvos, but we have an increase in precision. When the war began, it was 5% to 10%, 90% they were being intercepted or going off targets. Right now, the Iranians are launching less, but hitting more and more efficiently. And this is because of the targeting data coming from Russia. And also, we suspect that there is targeting data coming from Iran, and we have grounds to believe that because we knew Chinese satellite companies were the primary intelligence and target acquisition source of the Houthi campaign in the Red Sea. There were two specific Chinese satellite companies that have organic ties with the Chinese Communist Party. Second, the very reason that we are seeing an increased Iranian missile capacity following the 12-day war is China, especially in the segment of solid propellant ballistic missiles, because it was the Chinese shipments of critical components in solid fuel missile technology, in solid fuel missile proliferation that enabled Iran to pick up where it left off with the 12-day war. And also, it is very important for the Iranian regime, especially in the realm of drone warfare, all these microprocessors and microchips coming from China and the hardware coming from Russia and the combat data coming from Russia to sustain these operations. So militarily, it is very important. Like politically, I think that's also a source of support for them, very important source of support for them. But we should also look at the post-war scenarios. If this regime remains wounded but not annihilated, it would be the Russians, the Chinese, and the North Koreans who will be there to break up the pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 3 more minutes. Rebecca, did you want to add to that?
Just briefly, I would say this is the piece where I would say that I have not yet seen the Trump administration totally embrace this reasoning, but they need to in order to solidify the gains that could be sort of at hand potentially geopolitically. Is Ukraine is now helping the side of the West. It's helping Gulf states with drone defense. I mean, Ukraine knows how to shoot down the exact drones that the
with cheaper systems.
With cheaper systems and the processes because that are coming at these Gulf states because those are the Iranian drones that the Russians have been using against them. And so this is it's such a layup to, I think, change the U.S. approach to Ukraine and to understand that we got to fully embrace the Ukrainians as part of this effort and dislodge the Iranians from the Russian orbit in this way geopolitically. And that is going to give President Trump, I think, so much more leverage and a geopolitical position of strength as he goes into these negotiations with the Russia-Ukraine war, and then also in dealing with Xi Jinping, since Xi Jinping has been backing the Iran war.
I'll just say one thing. Why is China continuing to receive oil from the Persian Gulf?
Wonderfully put, Rebecca, and thank you, Ray. We have one more question, Dr. Fradkin. Apologies for delaying you.
My question is for Dr. Takei. Ray, you spoke of if the regime survives, it will survive because it's not defeated, and perceived as that is perceived as a victory, and it will be more militant. wondered if you'd say a few more words about what that militancy would involve, whether it has an ideological component, especially if I observed correctly, the death of Khamenei was likened to the death of Imam Hussein in some publications. Whether there's some attempt to reformulate how the regime presents itself.
I honestly have a sort of I'll try to be brief about this. As a revisionist account on Ali Khamenei, I do believe that in the last year or so, Ali Khamenei had largely been sidelined. Not just because of his health and so forth, but because of the catastrophic misjudgments that he made during the post-October 7th period. There were a lot of, when Prime Minister Netanyahu said the rules of the game have changed, many members of the Revolutionary Guards and hardline elements that exist outside it actually publicly asserted that if the rules of the game have changed, we should change the rules of the game and actually cross the nuclear threshold and assemble a bomb. For whatever set of reasons that I can't explain, Ali Khamenei proved reticent. And once the June war came, he was one of his casualties in terms of his politics, and in February in terms of his life. So to large extent, I think for the past 7-8 months, this regime has been making decisions without necessary leadership and guidance from Ali Khamenei. He was commemorated in public, respected in the discourse, but they were making decisions. And you can see all over the place where he was saying something and the regime was doing something very different. So there's already a subset of people who were making decisions, and they were coming from the much more of a militant background, believing that the old man at the end of his rope proved too cautious for the time that he found himself in. So they are essentially, to use the word that's being said so often in America, they want to meet the moment. And the value of nuclear weapons has never been higher for the Islamic Republic. The pathway of getting there has obviously been more endangered. And I'll just say one thing because I think we're running out of time. Next Iranian proliferation regime is going to do different than the last one. They're not going to rebuild Natanz. They're not going to even nestle facilities in mountains because American munitions have proven they can access them. I'm not even that preoccupied with the enriched uranium that's buried somewhere in the mountain. I think their approach to proliferation is going to be similar to the approach to drone war, scale. What they're doing with drone wars is sending lots of them. 95% of them don't get there, but 2% does. And that's enough to put some cautious on the international community. So what they will try to do, in my opinion, is have a lot of little workshops with high centrifuges that they can muster together. These will be above board and transparent, but it will be an intelligence challenge because if they have 300 of them and you catch 298, that doesn't essentially slow down the timetable. So I think the proliferation is not going to be vertical, deep inside mountains, but horizontal. In a lot of places, confronting the United States and Israel with the intelligence challenge. And the military aspect will be easy to hit these facilities, but the intelligence challenge is going to be more exacting because of the proliferation of them.
This has been a wonderfully informative panel. We're going to take a short break, but first, please join me in thanking our panelists.
But there'll be other ones.
No. But we're only 45 minutes away, so.
You live in Bethesda?
No, Columbia.
Columbia.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. I'm Zina Brebua, Research Fellow at the Center for Peace and Security in the Middle East here at Hudson. And it's a pleasure to just be here and to also have great panelists with us today, especially for this panel to discuss what it means to win and what victory is. And I'd like to start with you, Mike, actually, because you wrote a piece in the Free Press, how Trump can deliver a lasting victory in Iran. Why don't you just expand on that and give us a summary of your thesis?
Thanks. I agree with what we heard from Rebecca and Ray in the previous panel, which is that the United States and Israel are winning. And if the war ends tomorrow, if the war ends today, it's a victory for the United States and Israel. There's no way the Islamic Republic comes out of this conflict stronger than it went into it. That is not to say that all of the things that we've been emphasizing about its resilience, surprising resilience, its ingenuity, the fact that it has identified this weakness in our defense posture, and so on, are not operative. These are, I mean, we have to always understand the challenge correctly. We're at war together with Israel against the Islamic Republic because it does pose a very serious threat. But the threat is going to be significantly reduced as a result of this war. The question, I think, is how much is it reduced, and by how difficult will it be to reconstitute the kind of threat that it posed before the war began. That's what's at stake, and to what extent will what else is at stake is to what extent will the Chinese and the Russians understand that they have been dealt a blow, because what this has revealed, I think, to the whole world, or what should be revealed to the whole world, is that it's intolerable for the United States to have Iran and behind it China and Russia holding 20% of the world's oil supplies hostage. This is intolerable, and that has to end. So I think we have to think in terms of scenarios of victory, and the total victory is the elimination, hinges on the elimination of the drone, ballistic missile, and cruise missile programs, and the ending of the nuclear program. If that's done, and at the same time the proxies are severely weakened or defeated, then the threat as we knew it is over. If that proves impossible to do, I don't know that it is, but if Donald Trump decides to stop the war before he gets all of that, we still have we should look at the war itself as one big, huge sanction, an acceleration of sanctions, a weakening of the regime, and then we have the economic tools to further degrade the capability of the regime, the economic tools and continuous military action and subversion and so on. So I think we're looking at basically two different scenarios. Three if there's a revolution, but short of revolution, we're looking at two scenarios. One is Saddam Hussein after 1992, where defiant but severely weakened and in a box. Or a completely defeated Islamic Republic.
Yeah, Elan, you actually wrote a lot about this resistance access not on the Iran side, but Hezbollah and the proxies, but also on the Russia-China. Right. How do you see a victory on that area?
So I think that's the right frame, and I agree with Mike. The comments from the last panel, I think, are very instructive, because I think that's the right frame to think about what we're actually experiencing. And this is why the stakes of the current conflict are so high. Because if the United States, whether it's a total victory or a partial victory, but if the United States has an unequivocal upper hand when this conflict is over, it isn't just a blow towards the Islamic Republic, which it is. It's also a blow towards the cohesion of the Axis. And the thing that has struck me over the last 3 months has been that for the last year, all of us have been watching this debate that's been churning in Washington between the folks like myself who believe that there is an axis, whatever you call it, right? Axis of upheaval, axis of aggressors, whatever the moniker is. But you're seeing this tightening cooperation between Moscow and Tehran and Beijing, and supporting players like until recently Caracas and Pyongyang. And then there are others, including folks in the administration, who believe that these are all stovepipe. These are all hermetically sealed. We should focus on China first and then worry about everything else, or focus on the Middle East first to the exclusion of Russia, whatever. And we haven't, up until now, we haven't had a real clear sign as to what President Trump himself thinks. But what you've seen since the start of the year, I think, has been really instructive, because this is traditional Sun Tzu military theory, right? Where you start whittling away at the edges of the axis, right? Starting first with a supporting actor, a not insignificant supporting actor, because if you guys remember, I'm sure you did too, but all of us are a little bit junky, so we all read the National Security Strategy. As an editor, I marked it up a little bit, but nonetheless, it was pride of place that the Western Hemisphere was the first thing they talked about. So the idea that Venezuela was the starting point was actually very logical. If you hadn't listened, if you were surprised by what happened in early January, you weren't paying attention. But going from there and beginning to think about Iran suggests to me that it's not just the Western Hemisphere. It's not just we're going to control our neighborhood and then we're going to be isolationists. It's actually a much broader idea of this axis. And so Iran is the weakest link of the core axis of this troika. And what happens with regard to Iran is enormously consequential. And this is why I think we're in a moment of great promise, but also great peril, because I'm seeing signs on both sides of the ledger. On the one hand, it's very clear that if we succeed in at least loosening the stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz, we put ourselves in a pole position vis-a-vis China with the upcoming, when it's not April now, it's May, right? The upcoming summit in terms of energy conversation, in terms of strategic leverage. But at the same time, we're also seeing other things, like, for example, the relaxation of sanctions on Russia, which create a dynamic by which Russia, which is engaged in an unsustainable military project, right? Last year, the Ukraine war cost the Russian government $157 billion. This year, it's projected to cost it $181 billion. The Russians have run through 2/3 of the liquid reserves in their rainy day fund. And now, the relaxation of sanctions has at least temporarily infused, right? They're offloading, they're dumping all their oil that they have in short-term contracts. And so, not to say that this is really right-sizing the Ukraine war, but the people that I'm talking to are really concerned that this may give the Russians at least temporarily a shot in the arm. So there's two things here. First of all, we have to sort of outline the stakes and outline what the proper sort of frame is, and I think the president has done that very well. But also, the first rule of ditch digging is when you find yourself in a ditch, you have to stop digging. So as we pursue victory vis-a-vis Iran, we have to make sure that if we are thinking about that broader frame, we don't do things that disadvantage us vis-a-vis not Iran, but the other members of the Axis.
Okay, and if we zoom in a little bit, Mariam, from your reading of the Iran press and talking to people inside Iran, what's your sense of things? Because as Mike and Ilan described, how Iran was just not about exporting the revolution towards the Middle East, but also really being a proxy for China and Russia.
First of all, thank you for having me again. It's a pleasure. First and foremost, I think it's important to realize that Iran as a society is incredibly hopeful, anxious, but very hopeful that this is the end of a regime that has made their lives hell, has made the life of people in the region hell, particularly well, really the whole region. But Israel, first and foremost in the region, after October 7th especially, understands that this is not a situation where the lawn can be mowed. It had already learned that, I think, with Gaza itself. And so the posture in Israel, from what I gather, the ambassador to the United States and the prime minister himself, is different from the United States. Israel understands that Iran's regime will continue to be an existential threat because of its nature. And so, yes, all the things that Mike said, I very much agree with, in that it is so much reduced as a power. It is so much reduced as a power. It's also humiliated, but it's like a weed, and it will grow back, and it may it's a terror state. It needs to be seen as a terror group. I mean, it happens to control a country of 95 million people, but its psychology is that of a terror group, and it will seek to reconstitute itself. And its playbook may change. Its playbook may change from nuclear program and ballistic missiles. It may try to sustain itself through acts of terror in the region and even in Europe and the Western Hemisphere that we haven't really seen so far, transnational repression. So I have to argue, I can't imagine having another position, that the regime has to be finished now. And it's too important a time historically. In the United States, particularly, may not have a president who understands the existential threat as much as Israel does. I mean, even within Trump's own camp, you have parts. You have the J.D. Vance part, which maybe not as isolationist as some people say, but it's certainly not the Rubio camp. And so, even if there's a Republican president after Trump, there's no real guarantee that the perspective, the standpoint will be what we have currently. It's too good of an opportunity to give up, but it's also too dangerous. And so the people of Iran, I think, are hopeful, not just for themselves, really. I mean, there's a real, it's a very expansive and open worldview. Even though their own lives are so much at risk, they think, we can't continue like this anymore. It's not just their economic situation, it's that they are deeply ashamed of what Iran has become in these 47 years, and this is a real opportunity that they have. So I think that, but how do we get there? How do we get to where we are, from where we are now to a situation where the regime is no longer in power? It's extremely difficult. It's a big challenge because the Trump administration seems to, as Ray Takei was saying, seems to keep alive the Venezuela option for Iran. And that would be keeping the weeds alive. Because they may try, somebody like a Ghalibaf, I don't know, or somebody else, Larijani is dead. Ghalibaf may also be dead soon. It could be that what Trump said, his last comments about, yeah, we can make something happen, and who knows, maybe it'll be me and some Ayatollah controlling the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not saying that this is the most likely scenario. It probably is not, but there is a chance that that's a deep fake to create more panic within the regime, so that everyone in the regime thinks, well, it's not me who's talking to Trump, but somebody is. And so that by itself may be a power play that is the effects of which, the results of which remain to be seen. Going back to my point that it's going to be very challenging to create that political change, because the military, I can't imagine how a military operation could have been handled any better, particularly the very close cooperation with Israel. But how do you make the political result come to be inside Iran that is going to make this a lasting gain for Israel, the United States? And really, I think this is a civilizational mission. It's for the free world. It's for anyone who believes in freedom and peace and prosperity. There needs to be some kind of a tipping point where people in Iran see that there is an alternative that can take power. I see the problem here that, and I agree with people who say that Reza Pahlavi has tremendous support. He has tremendous support, but he doesn't have the power on the ground to make the transition happen. And so he is deeply, fundamentally dependent on the United States. And really, I say the United States because I don't think Israel can do it without the United States, to basically play the role of a quarterback, of handing him the ball when really all the hard work has been done. I'm not sure if Trump is willing to play that role with Pahlavi. It seems so far, unless all that Venezuela talk is a deep fake, that Trump prefers to have some kind of accommodation, some kind of understanding with the remnants of the current regime. And if he does that, I do think it's based on some faulty assumptions that this regime is in some new form you can do business with.
Yeah, that's interesting. Actually, your comment on Trump, I had the same reaction, that I actually generally think that Trump is really masterful when it comes to deceptive strategies, because he drops things just when the market is open and the right time. Mm-hmm. When the market closes, he gets all the operation going. But that aside, on the deceptive strategy part, there's one thing that I thought was interesting, and it's that I think all the panelists have mentioned it before, and it's the information warfare part. If there is one thing that I don't see the United States winning, is that. Not because I don't think the administration should engage in that. It's a campaign. You can't say publicly what you're doing and what you think. But when you have institutions, media, very serious people watching, the type of targets that have been hit and saying that the Iranians are winning. It's something that I've never seen before, precisely because even the Middle East press, I watch consume a lot of Arab press, and I think there's a consensus about how the Iranians are being, the Islamic Republic is being humiliated. And I want to have your insights as to why this is happening. What can be done about it? Mike, You
remind me, in my youth, I read a lot of the Arab press myself, and it prepared me for understanding the New York Times today. So this is how I have to read. I read the New York Times to see what the regime thinks, not what's actually going on in the world. If you let me digress for one moment, because Miriam said something that it hadn't occurred to me. That the negotiations that Donald Trump is conducting with the regime might be a deep fake, and I so profoundly want that to be the case. But it shows that my mind is not devious enough to understand what's actually going on.
You're not Iranian.
Yeah. Well, nor is Trump. But back when I worked in the White House, 2005 to 2007, we did something that I really did not like. We offered negotiations to the Iranians about Iraq at the level of an ambassador in Iraq. And the Iranian ambassador to Iraq is from the IRGC. And so we were going to have, our idea was we'll have discussions ambassador to ambassador in Iraq. The Iranians sat on the proposal for about 3 or 4 months, and then they prepared their information warfare strategy and rolled it out, and it was incredibly well done. And what they said was that we had proposed to them negotiations at the level of Secretary of State, of Foreign Minister, about the whole region. And then they went and they sent messages to everyone that we were going to divide up the region. We were going to have a grand bargain over the region between the United States and Iran. And they, like I say, it was a campaign, and so they developed lines of messaging to all these different parties. For example, they sent a 12 or 15 man, I can't remember, party to Syria to discuss with the Assad regime the interests of the Assad regime in the upcoming negotiations between the United States and Iran over the whole region. And they sent panic into all of our allies. The Lebanese, March 14th, we were undermining them. The Iraqis were apoplectic. They said, what, we don't matter anymore? You're going to negotiate over our heads with the Iranians? That's what I didn't like about the proposal to begin with. But anyway, and then we went out stupidly, and this is the kind of thing that Donald Trump would not do. We went out stupidly in front of the podium and were asked, did you propose negotiations over the whole region with the Iranians? And we said, no, we proposed negotiations at the level of ambassador. It doesn't everything, after you say yes, we propose something, we affirmed all of their ridiculous campaign that was sowing dissension in our ranks. So I said, no one listened to me, that what we ought to do, we ought to just take if we have to tell the truth, we should at least embellish it or frame it in such a way that it sent a different message. So we should, when we met on the margins, we would have these meetings with the undersecretary on the margins of this or that meeting would talk with an undersecretary from Iran. We should always, okay, let's tell the truth. Let's say to the Iranian undersecretary, we think that you should abandon Hezbollah and that Hezbollah should be completely disarmed. And then he would say no. And then we should go in front of the cameras and say, we had conversations with the Iranians. We proposed the disarmament of Hezbollah. We were very, very encouraged by the answer we got, and we look forward to further conversations about it. And let them have to send the delegations that we had to send out to all of our allies and say, no, there's no problem, there's no problem. So anyway, in that long anecdote, I forgot what the question was.
No, it was about information warfare and the problem of it.
Well, the best strategic communication for us in situations like this is victory in war. And I don't mean that to be glib. I mean there are certain things that you do that once you've done them, it doesn't matter what's said. You've changed the whole reality. And I think, like Miriam, I am, and Elon, I am a little concerned that we will miss the enormous opportunity we have here to actually defeat them. But at the same time, I'm aware of to defeat them roundly, publicly, in a way that nothing they say is going to make any difference. But I am aware of the difficulty of doing that, and that Donald Trump has lots of pressures on him, including, do I have any idea what the level of stockpiles of interceptors is right now? Do I have any idea about what effect that's having on the South Koreans and the Japanese? And there are lots of things he has to think about when lots of balls that he has to juggle before he decides what to do. We could certainly do a better job, though, as a number of people here have pointed out, of explaining how this fits into what Donald Trump is doing is 100% rational. It is 100% in the interests of the United States and of the entire alliance, global alliance that the United States leads. And if we had more people explaining that, I think that would be good. And last thing, I think if the Gulf states did actually, as some of them are, I saw reports that the Saudis have suggested that they might attack. If they would actually join the war effort, I think that would have a very, very positive effect, both on the Iranian morale, on telling them that they're not going to have. They were splitting us from our allies in the Gulf, so taking that away from them, but also sending a message to the Europeans about that this is not, as a lot of people in Europe are saying, and when I say a lot of people, I'm talking about people in European governments that should know better, are saying that, well, this is Bibi Netanyahu's war, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, Elon?
Oh, okay. So there's a lot here. So I'll try not to monopolize the conversation. Let me start with a disclaimer. So I sit on the board of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and also on the board of the Middle East Broadcasting Network. So I'm not a impartial observer, but hopefully I'm not so compromised that I can't see this issue clearly. But,
so all the failings of American communication.
Yeah, it's all on me. This is a really interesting moment because it is what we're seeing in real time is the fruits of this. What does Elon Musk call it? The rapid, unscheduled disassembly of the informational apparatus that we've seen over the last year at this crucial moment. And so what you have right now is the Iranian regime. And by the way, this is another way where this isn't an Iranian feature. This is an Iranian, Russian, Chinese feature. So when the protests broke out in late December, the Iranians on January 8th, they shut down the internet, as they have for the last several cycles, almost complete blackout. And our assumption was that, oh, Starlink to the rescue, we can use Elon Musk, we can flood the zone with Starlink terminals and whatever it is. And it turned out to be less than meets the eye. And I talked to technical specialists, and they said, the Iranians were reporting out, when they could get messages out, that they were seeing something like 50 to 80% packet loss from communications that they were trying to get out of Iran. And this wasn't an indigenous Iranian capability. This was a capability that the Chinese provided them and that the Russians provided them, right? So this is another domain where there is this convergence, this axis of disinformation, or whatever you call it. And so the question really becomes, in this constrained informational environment, how do you get your message out? And this is where the health, or the relative lack thereof, of our apparatus becomes so important, because what you saw last year, and again, right, full faith and credit, the U.S. Agency for Global Media, lots of problems, right? Lots of problems that needed to be fixed, but fixed, not necessarily destroyed. And by attriting this massive capability, you've essentially created an information vacuum. So what you have, the situation you have now, and Mario knows this really well, the situation you have now is that the VOA Persian service is doing basically de minimis broadcasting, where they're reporting on US policy towards Iran in the middle of the war, but they're not reporting on the complexity of the terrain. They're not reporting on Pahlavi, they're not reporting on other opposition groups. And because of that, because Pahlavi does have a big voice within Iran, even if he's not the incoming king, but he is sort of a decision maker, he is a elder statesman, they are, maybe intentionally, maybe not intentionally, they're putting their finger on the scale. Because you can imagine that the regime—
Intentionally.
Yeah, right. That the regime, which has imposed a near total informational blackout, is not going to tell the Iranian people who the different opposition groups are, or what the moment is for them to come out in the street, right? That's the job for somebody else, right? That arguably is the job for us. But now you have this really, I say, suboptimal environment between USAGM, the government agency, and the grantee entities like Radio Free Europe and the Middle East Broadcasting Network, where they're scrambling over resources. And the end result is that our communications with Iran, as well as other populations, is less than meets the eye. So I was telling you before, so I made the mistake, not this past weekend, because I knew better by then, but the weekend before, I spent like half the day on Saturday on Twitter, which is, by the way, right, let us posit, Twitter is a hellmouth, right? You do not spend any time on Twitter. But if you do, you may become convinced that the Iranians are winning, right? Even though it's very clear, if you hear Admiral Cooper give his briefings, if you hear if you see the statistics out of the Pentagon, that is not the case, right? So there's something really interesting happening there, right? It's an information war, right? The Iranians, even as they shut down the internal internet, are doubling down on external messaging as a way of shoring up their prestige regionally, as a way of shoring up their value to their strategic partners. But it's having this off-kilter effect on the social media ecosystem. And by the way, it's also accelerating events. I mean, think about it this way. We're less than a month into this war, right? And we're already hearing, I mean, I was sort of in the cab on the way over here. I'm sure I read like half a dozen Twitter posts saying that America has lost the conflict. Okay, now imagine what the media looked like a month into America's entry into World War II. Yeah. And imagine if we had listened. Oh, okay, all right, we can't defeat the Third Reich. We can't defeat the Japanese. This is creating this acceleration of information that advantages the bad guys, right? Iran, in this informational ecosystem, wins by not losing, or by not losing transparently. So I would end all this by saying, if you listen to the military leaders, Admiral Cooper has done a fantastic job, others as well. It's very clear that the plan is coherent, it's cohesive, it's cooperative with the Israelis, and it's proceeding pace by pace, right? It's very clear. The comms on the political side are a disaster. right? I mean, charitably, they're a disaster because we haven't articulated precisely the title, or until like Friday, precisely the title of what this conference is, which is a theory of victory. And as a result, the president's zigzagging on his pronouncements, maybe it's deception, maybe it's whatever it is, but it creates this sort of this churn in the informational ecosystem that allows people to take advantage of it. So I'm a big fan of getting serious about comms, and I think we need to get our house in order.
Okay, that's
a lot. Sorry.
That's a great way. And Mariam, I know specifically that you've been writing also about this the IRGC cyber army. If you can also say some words about that for people not really aware.
Well, I want to react to the important points that Elon made as well, just very briefly. I wasn't planning to speak about VOA Persian service, but there's something seriously wrong going on there, and it's funded by the U.S. taxpayer. It's been going on for more than, it started actually, I should not forget this. It started when the Obama team was negotiating the JCPOA. All of a sudden, the service's top 3 programs were canceled almost immediately. And its most important anchors were dismissed. And from there until today, it's gone progressively worse. And now we're in a situation where people are literally, they're risking their lives. And I have been very critical of Pahlavi, so I'm not saying this as a Pahlavi supporter. I see many problems in his operation. But people are on the streets risking their lives, calling his name. And it's not a diaspora phenomenon. It's not, it's social media phenomenon. Real people on the streets in many, many cities in the country calling his name for obvious reasons. The previous government, the previous way of life was 1,000 times better than what has happened, just like in Venezuela, just like in Cuba, just like in, the totalitarian regime. And VOA Persian service is very intentionally not allowing anyone to talk about Pahlavi. This is a scandal. It is inexcusable. However, having said all that, even if the United States government had perfect communications to Iran about the war with the U.S. Public and all of that, and I agree that the communications is not perfect. The political game plan is not being explained, probably for reasons of strategic ambiguity, but it's not being handled well enough. There's a pillar of communication that has to do with the Iranian people and freedom and what the political benefits of doing this are going to be, and it's just not being explained by Trump himself, I think. But even if all of that was fine, there is now such a deep polarization and such a corruption, really, of the media landscape, particularly New York Times, but really, I mean, it's just now the universities, and I say this as a centrist. I'm not far right or even really right. I'm a registered independent. It is so corrupted that if you only listen to NPR and watch PBS NewsHour, you have no idea what reality is. You have no idea what the reality is of what the Iranian people are thinking and saying, how the war is going, what the stakes are. It's really bad. It's really bad for America. If you only think about America, if you only think about what a healthy democracy should be, this is not good for America.
Bad for America, but good for Hudson Institute.
And actually, there's also a point on that. Mike, you mentioned Europe and the European part in this, because the Strait of Hormuz, America is not really reliant on it. NATO has immense capabilities to join and to at least show support for an operation, given how Iran's ballistic missiles actually do hit European cities, also how Iran has been major sponsor of Russia with the drones and other capabilities. And so there is also something missing across the West, not just the United States. How do you see NATO? I think right now they changed also some of their messaging. I think the Secretary General made several notes and remarks encouraging the Trump administration. But how do you see them actually playing a role in a victory?
We have it's a funny moment we're living through. Everyone has said here that our messaging isn't very good, and part of that is, I think, distinctive to the Trump administration. Part of it's perennial, but President Trump clearly learned the lesson from his first administration that you can't trust the career bureaucracy, and he's basically cut them out. And the foreign policy is being run by 6 people, none of which have experience in the running the executive branch. And I talk to lots of senior level people in the State Department who have no idea what's going on. They're just they're unplugged. And this is one of those areas, the communication and also alliance maintenance, that has to be done by lower levels in the bureaucracy, not by the top 6 people. And it really is our job to provide the strategic direction for our European allies. As much as if we say that, they may find it insulting, but it's true. I mean, when Brexit was going on, together with my colleague Peter Rao here, we noticed that a very influential German politician had written an article about Brexit, and we assumed he was a top advisor to Angela Merkel, and we assumed that this was actually going to be the policy that Germany was going to follow on Brexit. We wrote an article about it, and Germany did the exact opposite of what he said it should do. And I met him, and I said, why? I thought your article was brilliant, and I thought you were signaling that this is the way you were going to go. He said, oh no, that's not why I wrote the article. And I said, why did you write the article? And he said, we in Germany do not have a strategic culture. And I wrote the article in order to point the direction, not just about Brexit, but how to we should begin talking about strategy. For obvious reasons, I mean, after World War II, the Germans got out of strategy, and they almost, it seems to me, they almost associate it with an unacceptable way of engaging with the world. So you have the single most influential, most prosperous country in Europe will not allow itself to think strategically on certain issues, especially when it comes to application of military force. So, and then all of the smaller countries are looking after their own interests, as every small country does. So there is a kind of strategic vacuum in Europe, which is perennial. I mean, you remember Henry Kissinger said famously, "Who do I call to talk to Europe?" You got back then, you would think about it as the British, the French, the Germans, but it's still the same problem. So we have there are plenty of Europeans who see the larger strategic picture, but they've been whipsawed by the administration because Donald Trump is negotiating with them simultaneously. While he's simultaneously negotiating with Putin about Ukraine, he's also negotiating with the Europeans about changing the burden-sharing relationship between us and them. So it's a multi-tiered negotiation, and they're a bit shell-shocked from that. And then along comes Iran. So I think they do play an absolute crucial role. We are running the war from Britain. We're running the war from Germany. We're running the war from other countries. They are helping enormously in a structural sense, but they do not have an understanding of ultimately what the political goals are and what their place is in achieving them.
Yeah, Ilan, I think you want to react to that, and also, I think you made several comments about how there are some defections, and you already see some frictions.
Right.
Can we actually say that this is maybe like a glimpse and a silver lining that, but can you expand on that?
So it's interesting. I mean, just sort of to piggyback on what Mike said. going back to the November 2025 National Security Strategy, everybody who is Atlanticist or transatlanticist sort of read this and said, "Oh my God, we're done with Europe. We are no longer invested in Europe. We want to, in fact, in the worst case scenario, we want to socially engineer Europe," right? It's not that there's no truth to that, but I'm a big believer in this idea of what is the Mandarin character for danger is crisis and opportunity. So even as there is this crisis, this lack of confidence of the Trump administration in Europe, there's also opportunity. And what I mean by this is that over the last several years, it's very clear that the geopolitical center of gravity on the European continent has shifted east, right? The most dynamic, most defense-focused countries, the ones that understand threats closest to the United States, are countries like Poland, like the Baltic states, like the Nordic states, right? It's not Germany, and it's not France, and it's certainly not Spain, right? So what you have is you have a potential for a new kind of transatlantic relationship where the US reaches over old Europe, right, if you could call it that, and begins to engage new Europe much more sort of substantively and definitively. And the Iran war is sort of exhibit A in this, right? Notice that what the Ukrainian government did in response to the war was, I would argue, a very shrewd strategy. First of all, they tried to unify the fronts. They didn't say, hey, we're going to sit it out, we're fighting for our lives against the Russians. They said, hey,
it's all one.
It's all one. Basically, thank you, Donald Trump, because the Iranians have been providing drones to the Russians, which have been used to kill Ukrainian citizens for 2.5 years, 3 years, and now we have the ability to battle back. What they haven't done yet is taken the next step, because so this is where the cautionary tale comes in. I was talking to a military expert who had just come back from the Ukrainian front line yesterday, actually, and the note of warning that he sounded was that the drones that are being thrown against the United States and against regional states are what Ukraine experienced in 22 and 23. They're not the highest end of the drones that the sort of the Russian defense industrial complex can manufacture. And so, as we prepare for this, as we defeat this, we have to assume that the enemy is also going to iterate and they're also going to become more capable, right? But we have augments to what we're doing. The Ukrainians aren't just sending sort of drone defense advisors. I mean, they're already doing that. They're in a potential to send, reinforcements for drone defense. They have the potential to reactivate the discussion about co-production of Patriot anti-missile interceptors, which is something that they tried to do in the fall, and the Trump administration wasn't having any of it, right? So there's opportunity within this adversity. And the more I think about the constructive role that Europe can play, the more I look at Eastern Europe and sort of the Eastern flank as sort of, being with the program, understanding on the macro level what the threats are.
Can I jump in and say one quick thing?
Yes.
Just to expand on what Elon was saying, Zelensky did something very, very clever in unifying the front. Is he also went to the Gulf states and offered them the technology, and combined with the punishment that the Russians are taking on the front right now, and seeing that the Ukrainians are making inroads into the Gulf. That's got to be a very unpleasant picture to see from Beijing or Moscow. And I wonder if Putin's latest calls, the latest calls that are coming from Moscow about a negotiated ceasefire, aren't in part a recognition that the United States may sew up the whole Gulf and pull it right now. I mean, because the Gulf has been hedging in the last decade and a half between China, Russia on the one hand, and the United States on the other. And this has got to be a picture that they see as threatening.
Yes, Mariam, do you have any other thoughts on this?
What Mike was saying made me think of, I think that it's important to emphasize when we're talking about theories of victory, that victory has got to be political in the end. It can't just, because militarily what we're doing is destroying all the manifestations of the power of the regime, but keeping its source still in power. I think long term, that's dangerous. One of the things you asked me about IRGC, and I didn't answer, I forgot to. The IRGC, and in general, anyone in the regime, it could be even Pezeshkian, they unfortunately are facing a situation where they might be able to come to some kind of understandings with the United States, particularly because Trump has said, I'll give you full immunity. But they fear the Iranian people. They fear that if there is a sort of no man's land or some kind of like that in-between phase where the new regime isn't in power yet, the old regime hasn't really given up power yet, but they're not really in charge either, the people supported from the skies by drones from the Israelis and maybe other things that the United States is doing, like maybe cyber attacks, other things compromising the existing regime, the remnants of the existing regime, they will come to the streets. I very much agree with Ray and really anyone else who has been watching Iranian society, civil society, human rights people, democracy movement. They will come out again. They are not stupid. They're not going to do it now, and especially not because the United States and Israel are telling them this is not the time. Yeah. New York Times is reporting exactly the opposite of that, but that happens to be the reality. My concern is that the IRGC, Pahlavi has said he has gotten 50,000 defectors through a QR code and then 100,000, and then he said 160,000, but none of that has been vetted. And none of that has come to fruition, and that not even one has been declared as this is one of our most important people who've come to us through this system of defection. So the IRGC is looking at this lack of actual capacity and saying, so I'm going to be confronted by the people of Iran on the streets, and the people of Iran, unfortunately, a big part of them, including Pahlavi's closest advisors, have said, we're going to hang you from lampposts. Hanging them from lampposts is, I understand it's enticing, but it's not going to be a way to make them defect if that is the strategy, if that is the goal that Pahlavi has declared. So it's there's some important contradiction there.
Okay, we have some minutes for 2 questions or 3. Please raise your hand. Yeah, Kitty. Oh, she's here.
Thank you. Kitty Wang with Center for Freedom. I have a question about China. So what's the continued military success of the United States in Iran? What do you see China's role in the future in the region? Because obviously Iran is being used by China as its proxy, and will this also push China maybe closer to like Russia, or how do you see the future?
I guess that's me. So okay, so there's a few moving parts here, and I think they're important, right? So one is, the obvious one is the energy part, right? 90% of Iranian oil exports go to China. They are the only, right, not 100% of them are leaving the Strait of Hormuz now, but a comparatively large percentage now. But China obtained, before the war, China obtained something like 5.3 million barrels a day from the region as a whole. It is now receiving a fraction of that because the larger Gulf trade is interrupted, right? So there's the economic interest for the Chinese to either tell the Iranians to sort of to tamp things down or to look at workarounds, right? There's workarounds, for example, the Chinese tankers that are now heading to the Red Sea, right? That's an evolving picture. There's a larger strategic picture. And before October 7th of 2023, before Hamas's terror campaign and the resulting Israeli war, the Chinese had done a really good job in engaging all 3 legs of the Middle Eastern stool, right? They talked to the Jews because they were talking to the Israelis in terms of high tech. They talked to the Gulf in terms of infrastructure and investments in energy. And in 2021, they signed that $400 billion long-term strategic cooperation pact with Iran. After October 7th, the Chinese dispensed with partnership with Israel, right? I mean, they said this is a small, for whatever reason, right? Small market, whatever it is. Now, there is a real moment to pry the other two legs of the stool, right? If you're thinking competitively as the United States, to pry the other two legs of the stool away from China. And doing so, and I tend to, I'm also not Iranian, so I'm not thinking deviously that this is a head fake, that, that we're really engaging the opposition. I think the administration, right, all politics are local. I think the administration there's going to be a moment where the administration says to the Iranian people, it's time to come out. This is the do or die moment. If they don't come out, or if they don't come out quickly enough, the administration is going to do a deal. They're going to do a deal with some unreconstituted or reconstituted part of the regime, right?
You think it has to happen? You think that
No,
the administration feels it has to make a deal?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Sadly, I mean, I would, and that's why, by the way, Mike and I agree on virtually everything. But when he said absolute victory, I think absolute victory is the transformation of Iran into an ally of the United States. I think everything short of that is backward. It could be sufficient, but it's not absolute, right? But I think what the administration is going for is a sufficient victory, right now, and that's what you were talking about, which is elimination of missiles, elimination of drones. But it also requires, if that's what we're building, right, and I think that's what we're building, it also requires us to build a parallel assurance architecture. Because remember, we're leaving this predatory regime somewhat intact and in place, which means that everybody that's not separated from Iran by a large ocean is going to need assurances that they're better protected than they are today from Iranian predation. And that doesn't exist currently. The Trump administration in its first term they talked preliminarily about things like the Middle East Security Alliance. The Israelis have talked about a Middle East Missile Defense Alliance, things like that. There's no meat on those bones yet, but there has to be. Because if we are really heading for a sufficient victory, not an absolute victory, then we have to build that assurance architecture. Otherwise, there's no reason for the region to not seek shelter with the Chinese.
That's if I may, that's the key issue, is that if this, as Elon said, this predatory regime is left in place, demonstrates to the whole world that it can shut down the Strait of Hormuz, can also shut down the Bab el-Mandeb with the Houthis. No matter how much it's weakened, once it's showed those capabilities and it's left in place, there's a strong incentive for the Chinese to build it back up, because they want those capabilities. They love to see all of the American resources moved out of East Asia to the Middle East, and they love to see the depletion of our stockpiles of interceptors. So there's also the military balance to think of. The one scenario that is very attractive to think of, I don't know how realistic it is, but it's the taking of Karg Island. Clearly, Donald Trump wants to threaten that with the introduction of the Marines into the theater. As long as they have their missile and drone arrays in good working order, I don't know how realistic it is to put the Marines on the ground there, because Donald Trump is not going to put them into, he's not going to risk the loss of large numbers of ground troops in Iran. That would be a domestic political crisis for him. But if they can degrade the missile and drone arrays to such an extent that they think that that's a realistic possibility, that's a real game changer, because then the ability of Iran to export oil becomes an American asset, and that changes the whole balance in the negotiation.
Yeah, if I can add something on the China part, there are two things that I already see really impacting China, and you can see it on the economy side, because the Strait of Hormuz blockade is a problem for them, not just for the oil, but also for the fertilizers and other key commodities for their own, for the production of their goods, and it's plantation season very soon. It's a very big problem. There's a 30% I think, increase in that. It's a big problem, but it's going to be an inflation for the whole world, I think. But for the Chinese, especially given their structural system, it's hard to manage. The second thing is that the Chinese really early on made a bet, as Ilan said, on the resistance axis of Iran, precisely because they had all these asymmetric capabilities. The Houthis were capable of shooting several commercial shipping, and it's very good for China because they want a same scenario, if not to have a better one in the in a certain Taiwan invasion or so on. However, I think that there was a switch and a change in their own policy after the Hezbollah pagers attack by the Israelis, and they did not know what to do after that because they capitalized so much on Iran proxies being able to manage that. And finally, I think this administration is using AI capabilities in an unprecedented way. We're talking about 7,000 targets. It's true, the Iranians, John Kasapoulou this morning explained how they have developed these asymmetric capabilities. But it seems that the United States has also developed some other capabilities, also cheaper ones, to counterattack. That actually changes also their calculus. So these are like three major things that I see on the China part. I saw there was a question on the back.
Good afternoon, Ariel Cohen, the Atlantic Council. Any concerns about Iranian terrorism worldwide? For older ones of us who go back to the 1990s and remember Argentina, some of the Iranian architects of the attacks on Amia Community Center are being promoted for reasons that they didn't control to the top tiers of the administration. The connection of the burning of Atsalah ambulances in London, they seem to be connected to the Iranian front group. Any concerns about the enriched uranium that may be used and abused in dirty bomb attacks? I honestly kind of surprised we didn't see more of mass terrorism coming out of Iran. And a second part of the question is, without armed resistance and opposition and or boots on the ground from outside of Iran, do you really believe that the regime change is possible?
Well, mass terrorism has occurred only recently. Over 30,000, maybe much more, were killed by the regime because they protested. So, I mean, that's a genocide or act of terror, or it's by world context. It's historic proportions in just 2 days, really. I understand what you mean about on the world stage terrorism. I did mention it in my opening comments that if the regime is left to survive, then it will be more likely to have to maybe resort to those kinds of actions because it doesn't have its more conventional military capacities. So yes, I think it's a possibility. But all the things you mentioned, I think, point to the fundamental danger of the regime and that it has to be dealt with. It's a regime that has all those capacities that you mentioned. So, and it has, as somebody who's spoken out, been active, organized against the regime for decades now, I understand very much that it can take, that it's a nefarious actor that can take, very dangerous actions against people outside of Iran, and transnational repression has been something that they've really mastered. But it doesn't stop any of us from saying, look, this is not a threat that's going to go away. If you really want to address it, if you really want people to be safe, you need to get rid of the regime. About the unarmed protesters, they're not armed, and we are here now. I think it's too late to be talking about how Trump's strategy in the here and now can depend or not depend on whether they're armed. It seems like Israel has the strategy of we take them the way they are, all the benefits of mass nonviolent civic mobilization, which the Iranians have displayed again and again. Women Life Freedom Movement, it's easy to forget, but it was a very, very mass movement in over 100 cities in the country. and mobilize diaspora around the world. Every sector of world society, from business to sports to music to Hollywood, were in solidarity with the Iranian people. It's going to be very difficult, yes, but the idea of keeping this regime, I mean, if you're concerned about the people of Iran, if the regime survives, that's the very strong threat to the survival of the Iranian people. I mean, not even the survival of the movement for democracy, just the survival of the people.
Well, on that note, Mike, Mariam, Ilan, thank you very much for joining me, and we're going to greet the ambassador shortly. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joel Scanlon, Executive Vice President here at Hudson, and it is our great honor today to be joined by the Ambassador of Israel to the United States, His Excellency Dr. Leiter, who will be in conversation with my colleague, Mike Duran. Ambassador Leiter arrived in Washington a little more than a year ago, well prepared for his new role as a seasoned policy expert and public servant. He previously held a range of senior roles, including advisor to Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, Chief of Staff to then Finance Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Education, and Acting Chairman of the Israel Ports Company. His academic accomplishments are equally impressive, with degrees in law and political science, international relations, and political philosophy. As we are here today to talk about military conflict, it is worth noting, Ambassador, that in addition to your public service, you know too well the personal pain and sacrifice of war, having lost your eldest son, Major Moshe Leiter, leading men in combat in Gaza in November 2023. Today, we look forward to hearing from you about the strength of the U.S.-Israel relationship, Israel's view on the state of the joint U.S.-Israel military operations Epic Fury and Roaring Lion, and how to translate the military operations into possible political outcomes ahead. Ambassador, welcome. Mike, over to you.
Thank you so much for coming. I know it's an incredibly busy time, and we're enormously grateful that you took the time to come see us.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here.
So I learned from Joe Rogan this week that there are...
That's your first mistake this week.
Yeah. No, there are 500 million Jews in the world, and you know they're playing a major role in leading this war, and I see you as one of the leaders of them. So I feel very honored to have such an influential person in front of me.
Well, you know, that it reminds me. Can we start with a little story?
Please.
Along the lines of the 500 million Jews in the world. So 1993, 94, I'm working with Arik Sharon. And I prepared a trip for him to Toronto, Canada. And I'm sitting with Philip Reichman, you know, with the Reichman family.
Oh, yeah.
Olympia, York, you know. And he was asking me all sorts of questions about the Intifada and where we're going. And we had a very long chat. And in the second hour, he said, look, I've got to leave because I'm flying to Moscow. And I got to catch a plane. I said, but you're going in your private jet. Why you're in a hurry? He said, no, because when I land in Moscow, the Yeltsin's Minister of the Interior is going to pick me up in his helicopter and take me where I have to go. I said, gee, are you spending that much money already in the new Russia that the Minister of Interior is picking you up? He said, no, it's not at all. I haven't spent a penny. But you have to understand that all of these guys grew up on the protocols of the Elders of Zion. And they really believe, wait, I didn't get to the punchline yet. He said, they really believe that in order to get to President Clinton, they have to go through me. And then he said humbly, who am I to tell him that he's making a mistake?
Can I tell you another one?
Sure.
Louis Namier, the historian, he was a British historian, was the right-hand man of Chaim Weizmann, and he wrote in one of his autobiographical pieces that he came from Galicia or somewhere, I don't know, somewhere Austro-Hungarian Empire, but Poland, and he said, never argue with anti-Semites. It's not worth it. You just have to argue with them on the basis of their assumptions. So this Polish anti-Semitic leader came to Britain, and Namier had to ferry him around. And Namier said to him, listen, I don't understand your attitude toward Yiddish being spoken in Poland. And the guy said, well, Yiddish is German, and that's the language of our enemy. So I don't want all these people in my country speaking the language of the enemy. And then Namier says to him, but isn't it true that if the Jews take over any activity that they get involved in? And he said, yes, that's true. And he said, isn't it true that the Jews run the economy of Poland? He said, yes, that's true. He said, do you really want them speaking Polish and running Polish culture? And he said, oh, no, that's terrible. I don't want that. Anyway.
It's funny because I asked you in the green room whether we were going to do this in Hebrew or English. So you want us to do it in Yiddish? Sorry, no, I can't do it.
So let's talk about the war. How is it going?
Well, I think as objectively as I can be, it's going quite well. Really, from using any metric imaginable, I think it's going very well. We've obviously devastated the vast majority of their capabilities, the military capabilities, whether it's launchers, taken out about half of their launchers. The ballistic missile program, both in terms of their quantities and in terms of their production sites, have been vastly diminished. Their drones, by use of some very advanced technology, have only made minimal damage. Certainly in Israel, almost nothing. And actually, we're helping our Gulf allies now with the technology in order to keep those drones out. The Navy, you know, I mean, the U.S. focused on the Navy in the South. We took out the Navy in the Caspian Sea. There are obviously still some missiles getting through. Even with a multi-layered, 5 multi-layered missile defense systems, missiles can still get through. Is it over? Are we in a position to declare victory and Iran is no longer a threat and we accomplished all of our goals? We're not there yet. But I don't think anybody thought this was going to be a walk in the park. Even at the outset, the president was talking about 4 to 6 weeks. Operational planning was for 45 days. So we still have a ways to go, but we're doing quite well. I mean, think of just the numbers, simple numbers of 200 planes flying 3 sorties a day for 3 weeks. It's quite an accomplishment. And we've had very few casualties, both the U.S. Air Force and ours. So I think we're doing very well.
The war or the conflict in last June was a kind of a baton race where you guys took care of the first part, and then the United States came in at the latter part. But this is really complete integration, and it's quite an amazing story, I think. If you think that these are 2 militaries who have never gone to war together before, and it seems from the distance which I'm observing it to be really seamless cooperation. Can you give us a little sense of how that's working? And is it as seamless? You're going to say, of course, it's seamless. But
well, I'm going to say it's seamless because it really is. I mean, it's astounding just how integrated this operation, the 2 operations have become. Let me give you a little background. You asked me for a secret or 2, right? In the green room, you said if I can divulge something.
I said, come on, give us something.
So, I mean, the big secret is that we actually did not drag the United States into the war. Not this round or the previous one. I know that President Trump runs around with a sign on his forehead which says, "I'm here for the schlepping." Schlepping Yiddish, right? But this time, you know, we really didn't do it. We didn't manipulate him. As a matter of fact, when the Prime Minister came in last year for the first time, that in and of itself is kind of unprecedented. 7 prime ministerial presidential visits in 13 months. 6 here and 1 in Jerusalem. And the discussion went like this. I mean, first of all, there were the pleasantries. I mean, they know each other for 40 years, ever since Bibi was in the UN and Donald Trump was a businessman in New York, and they occasioned at cocktail parties. They immediately started talking about Iran. This was on the president's mind for many, many years. And certainly, you know, the prime minister's been talking about this for decades. And the prime minister came in with, I'd call them slides, or, you know, enlarged slides, you know, laminated kind of papers, and put them on the coffee table. after the president said, "So how do you see things, Bibi?" And there were basically four options from our perspective. Okay? Israel doesn't demand anything more than any other country, but it has the right not to demand less. Tucker, when you come to present your case, you present your case as if, Emmanuel Macron would come and present his case. That's what Zionism demands. Zionism doesn't demand more than anybody else. It demands no less for the Jewish people. And that's exactly what the prime minister did. Came in, put down what he saw as four options. And the first option was, we go it alone. This is an existential threat to the state of Israel. We don't have time. This, for us, is a matter of existence. And that's our first option. If this is what the only option is, we'll go it alone, with the limitations that includes. The second option was we would go it alone, but we'd get some support, political support, and some backup support, some backup military support, limited military support. The third option was we go in together, planning, operational, whole 9 yards. And the fourth option was that the United States takes the reins and decides where it wants us to come in its master plan. Now, there wasn't an immediate decision. And I think that in years to come, political science faculties will actually study the decision-making process of the administration, because it went through a number of iterations, variations, discussions, deliberations, back and forth.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, it really was fascinating. I gotta tell you, as somebody who studied political theory, it was really like hands-on political theory, how these decisions are made. And ultimately, the president came down on somewhere in between 2 and 3, right? So there was a lot of planning together. We had our people sitting, in CENTCOM and in AFCENT for about 2 months, going over each other's intel, targets. We gave input, US gave input, a lot of sharing, and it worked. It worked very, very well. And when they finally came in and decided that in addition to helping us plan together, he would come in with the B-2s, because that was something that we couldn't do. So the idea was we'd take the heavy lifting, and that the actual event that we couldn't implement, the US would do. So again, it was somewhere in between the second and third option. And then the hope was that the damage that we inflicted would be enough for the mullahs of Tehran to get the message and cease and desist. So without getting into we've all become etymologists over the past 8 months. What exactly obliterate means, But leaving that aside for a moment, they were dramatically set back, right? And what we saw was, in the intel, not only did they not decide to cease and desist, but they said, we now have to build our production sites so deep that the B-2s can't get to them, right? And that's what they proceeded to do, but they also learned something in addition. And that was that their ballistic missiles can overcome the multi-layered missile defense systems. And that's when they embarked on a program to build 300 to 400 ballistic missiles a month. The idea was to get to a place where they'd have the ability to shoot hundreds of ballistic missiles at once. They wanted to have 7,000 ballistic missiles in 2 years. That was the idea. They'd have 7,000 ballistic missiles in 2 years. They would fire a volley, not of 40 or 50 missiles, but volleys of 300 and 400 missiles, which would overcome the system. By the way, in Rising Lion, we estimate that about 88% of the missiles were blocked, but 12% got in. And that's when you're shooting a volley of 40 or 50. Now imagine you're shooting a volley of 400, 500 So that percentage is probably going to go up. But even if it doesn't go up and you're still at 12%, it's overwhelming damage. Okay?
It's the functional equivalent of a nuclear weapon.
It's a functional equivalent of a nuclear weapon. Absolutely. People don't appreciate what these ballistic missiles are. I give the example to less educated audiences. You know, it's a semi-trailer passing you on the throughway, but it's packed with explosives, and it's not doing 70 miles an hour. It's traveling 4 times the speed of sound. And when that thing hits, it's like a small nuclear bomb. So, and again, you know, it's been used very often that Israel's such a tiny country, the size of New Jersey. Everybody knows it, right? We're the size of New Jersey. But we're actually not the size of New Jersey. We're more like Rhode Island, because New Jersey is roundish like a hamburger. Think of a hamburger. We're like a hot dog, you know, like with greater Israel. Isn't that a great expression? I always love that expression, how words have lost their meaning, you know. Greater Israel is 40 miles wide. What a menacing 40 miles. And, you know, we're so narrow that you put all of those ballistic missiles in the same place. You know, 70% of our population is in Greater Tel Aviv. Somebody once called it a long slab of cement, you know, from Hulon to Ra'anana.
Well,
so
Rob Sanjani called it a one-bomb country.
One-bomb country, right. So, you know, we just can't afford to have that happen. So once it became clear that this is what was happening after the June War, in the subsequent meetings that the prime minister had with the president, he brought this information. And at the final meeting, and I must tell you, the meeting in January, where it was, you know, decided on Epic Fury and Roaring Lion, usually with the president, you know, the first half hour is very jovial, you know, and he's got a great sense of humor, and you know, and even if you don't think so, you laugh anyway. But no, he really is. He really is very funny. And when we came in January, the president was 3 hours. It was a 3-hour meeting. There wasn't one joke. It was a in-depth, in-breath discussion about how to conduct ourselves vis-a-vis Iran right now, what are the options, what we can do, and when we should proceed. And at that point, he made the decision and turned to the cabinet members who were there, to Pete Hegseth and Secretary of State. The Vice President wasn't at that meeting, and he basically made the decision to go ahead. And then we went into a full operational joint planning, very intense, and I think we're seeing the results right now. I mean, we've never had anything like this between, I think, any two armies. There's 350 planes up there, 200 of ours, 150, 200 of yours. We're flying wing to wing, shoulder to shoulder, covering an immense amount of area, hitting an immense amount of targets.
You know what always amazes me about Israel is the Israelis' capacity for keeping secrets. Because there are lots of things that they don't keep secrets about, and you're kind of amazed that they talk about these things. And then you get used to that, and you think they can't keep a secret, but then they do keep secrets. And I can never, it's very hard to judge when they're keeping secrets and when they're not keeping secrets.
It belongs to the category of miracles. You know? It's supernatural when it happens.
So let's talk a little bit. I hate to give any credence to all of these theories that Israel is dragging us into the war, but we've been talking here this morning in this conference. The interest of the United States in having this happen. We'll forget about Israel entirely for a second. All of our bases are all that you're describing with these ballistic missiles, the threat to Israel. It's a threat to all of our bases. And the war has revealed to the world that Iran has its thumb on the windpipe of the world through control of 20% of the energy resources. And through the Houthis, they can also cut off the Bab al-Mandeb. This is absolutely an intolerable state of affairs for the United States, the U.S.-led order. And now we have, unlike in any other arena, we have an ally that is capable, willing to do this alone if it has to, but willing to work with us, and will work according to our plan, if necessary. There really is no ally like this. It's the exact opposite of what the anti-Semites out there are saying. Israel is the only ally we have in the world that will take these kind of risks on its own, and it is most responsive to the United States, and more responsive than any other ally. I thoroughly, no, I believe every word I'm saying. This is not because if you look at it clearly, this is the fact. This is the way it is. It's not, there's no embellishment there.
Well, we've never asked for boots on the ground. We don't ask for boots on the ground. The vice president called us a model ally. I'm a little hesitant to make the case for America. You know, my English is more American than it is Israeli. I don't know if you noticed. I may be losing it, but I don't want it to sound as if I'm lending credibility to those saying that we're dragging you into the war because I'm making the case for the United States, right? But look, I mean, take one example. For how many years have the Ayatollahs said that they don't have an ICBM? Right? They have no interest in building an ICBM. Yeah. And, 3 days ago, they shot an ICBM, 2 of them, right? So now they've got, a 2,000-mile range. Well, we all know that once you have the technology, you make 2,000-mile range into 4,000-mile range, and before you know it, Chicago is in the crosshairs. So, I mean, what are we talking about? But what really is surprising is that nobody ever gets tired of being surprised that people who murder also lie, right? It's like we're so surprised. They come in and with the that Cheshire cat grin, the kind of smug, we're really nice grandfathers. They've got these silver beards, and these people couldn't possibly slaughter others of their own, and yet we just saw what happened 2 months ago. So. 30,000 people like that, 40,000 people, it's irrelevant. By the way, this fellow, here's another little secret I'll divulge. Now there's some people here in Washington who are promoting the idea that this fellow Kalibaf, the Speaker of the Majlis of the Parliament, is a moderate. He's the new moderate. There are people who never tire, of producing moderates for the worst extremists that exist. So he's now the new moderate. This fellow was in the IRGC for 30 years. You can't be in the IRGC for 30 years and be a moderate. You're a murderer. He was the commander of the Air Force of the IRGC. He was very involved in the decision-making process just 2 months ago in slaughtering Iranians who were out there demonstrating. He's no moderate. He's no moderate.
The thing about him is that everybody in the diplomatic corps is well acquainted with his wife's shopping sprees in Paris and Milan, and her love of Gucci shoes and Hermes scarves and so on. And so, anyone who loves luxury goods that much can't be an extremist.
He's a new Delcy, right? He's Delcy. His problem is that he's not Rodriguez, but Kalibaf. No, he's no Delcy. Okay, he's an ideologue. He may also be corrupt. There are those. I think, by the way, that somebody is ideological about killing people is also corrupt. I know it's an antiquated idea, to pass judgment on somebody else's ideology, but I guess I belong to the old school. He's corrupt. He's thoroughly corrupt. He's corrupt when it comes to morals, and he's corrupt when it comes to stealing and to murder. But in any case, so we mentioned the ICBMs. We mentioned international waterways. At what point does the isolationist in America say it will reach our shores, right? This is an American interest. I mean, I think the vast majority of Americans understand it's not just when the intercontinental ballistic missile is in the air about to land on New Mexico that, then it's an imminent threat to America. When somebody chants and brings millions of people out to the streets to chant death to America, and at the same time are lying about their nuclear missile program, and are pairing up and doing in the service of China and Russia, at some point you got to stop and say, well, this may be very well an existential threat to America as well. The biggest lesson of the Holocaust, friends, And there's so many Holocaust museums and Holocaust legislation and Holocaust studies. And the most important lesson of the Holocaust, in my opinion, is often lost. And that is just one sentence. If somebody says they're intent on killing you, believe them. Everything else is commentary. Somebody says they're intent on killing you. They say they want to destroy America, that you're the great Satan. I mean, why wouldn't you believe them? But just one more point, Mike. Every single president, right, since 1979 has said, Democrat and Republican, they cannot be allowed to achieve a nuclear weapon. So now you've got a president who stepped up to the plate and decided that we can't wait any longer, that something has to be done about it. So it used to be a bipartisan issue. Unfortunately, everything in Washington today has become horrifically partisan. And it's very difficult, I can tell you as an ambassador, to kind of, what does President Trump say? The weave? I got to weave too, in between the aisles. And I make a point to try to do that, but it is very challenging.
I've never fully understood. I've done basically the equivalent of a PhD on it. But I've never fully understood why there is in our character, and it's not a partisan thing, it's on the left and the right, a desire to make excuses for the Islamic Republic. There really is no country like it that uses its diplomatic corps to move explosives for terrorists, that is working with, this is according to the American Treasury, it's working with Hell's Angels to kill people in America. It subcontracted a transnational criminal organization to convince 13 and 14-year-old kids through apps in Sweden to attack synagogues. And so, but all this just kind of goes by, and there's a desire to find the pragmatic Ayatollah whom we can cut a deal with. And I really don't understand. I don't know if you have a response to that.
Well, yeah, I mean, just let's look at October 8th, right? Israel had not moved any of its forces, and already in Ivy League schools around this country, students and professors were pouring into the streets, claiming that we were guilty of genocide. The accusation of genocide began October 8th.
Yeah.
We only began our incursion 3 weeks later. And we are already accused of genocide. There's a great report that my assistant here, Roe, just showed me, that the UN put out. It assesses the genocide of Israel, and it says it began when Israel invaded Gaza on October 7th. This is a UN report. You just can't make this stuff up. Why is it that the ivory tower, people who are supposed to be rational? I mean, what is the ivory tower? It's where
I have an academic background, so I don't suffer from that delusion.
But thousands and thousands of people were out in the streets celebrating what Hamas did. So there is an inversion of reality here. There's an inversion of morality. It has a lot to do with the postmodern ascent in the academy, where there's no such thing as objective truth, there's no such thing as objective morality, but we won't talk political theory today.
It is remarkable that the event that triggered this wave of anti-Semitism that we're seeing now, on the left and on the right, was mass slaughter of innocent Jews. I can't begin. I don't have enough understanding of human psychology to see why that is what would trigger it.
Well, here we go to the root of Zionism. Look, Herzl was absolutely prophetic in his understanding that the advent of 19th century nationalisms, the Jewish people could no longer exist without a state. He was absolutely right. He was absolutely wrong to think that once we had a state, anti-Semitism would go away. And what we have now is, there's the Jew on the block, and there's the Jewish country on the globe, and we're the Jew on the globe, and there's nothing that we can do that's right. There's nothing that our enemies can do that's wrong, and people just think about it. The annihilationist chant, from the river to the sea, which is basically saying eradicate the Jewish state. There's this, that discussion that Tucker just now popularized. About DNA, It's interesting how nobody checked our DNA at the Wannsee conference. You know, he could have saved the Nazis so much money. He just would have walked into the conference, sat down and said, look, they didn't check their DNA, they're probably not Jews. Oh, so we don't have to eradicate them. Nobody checked our DNA in Auschwitz, right? But when we're alive, right, when we have an IDF that protects us, oh, then we've got to get their DNA checked, because in reality, Jews didn't know how to defend themselves for 2,000 years. So there's a whole new phenomenon out there. There's Zionist Jews who are going to defend themselves. Oh, and believe me, you don't have to check our DNA. We know how to fight like lions, because even in the pale of exile, we carried our identity proudly, no matter how much we suffered. Okay, I suffered, my parents suffered, my grandparents suffered for 2,000 years because I was a Jew. You didn't check my DNA. Don't check it now when I'm able to protect myself and defend my country. This is something that the world is going to have to get used to. And the last thing we should do is shirk in the face of this kind of reconstituted anti-Semitism on a national scale.
Speaking of anti-Semitism, there's been a lot of talk about, or a lot of concern about a wave of Iranian terrorism. We saw the Hudson ambulances burned in London and so on. What are you seeing in the reporting about Iranian activities outside of in Europe and the United States?
You asked about American interests, and I'd say Western interests. They have sleeper cells. We know that. It's no secret. We know the kinds of things they're connected to. They're the attempt to assassinate President Trump, John Bolton, Mike Pompeo. I don't think they're Jews. Their DNA hasn't been checked DNA, but who knows? Look, the attempt to destabilize Western civilization as a whole. I think there's something maybe even more. I don't want to get lost here on political theory, but there's something going on that we should pay attention to. Have you asked yourselves why the Emirates were hit more than anybody else, including Israel? This is very significant. The reason why the Emirates are hit so hard is because they represent the alter ego, or the flip side, or 180 degrees from the Islamism that Iran is exporting. Mm-hmm. You go to the Emirates, I spent a lot of time in the Emirates, and you may have noticed that I don't hide my Judaism. I can walk around the streets of Abu Dhabi feeling completely safe. I can't do that in any European city. Mm. Okay? This is a civilizational change, what the Emirates have done. This is amazing, and they did it in a very short amount of time. They saw 2011, they saw what was happening, the Arab Spring, and they just rid the system of the Muslim Brotherhood. Teachers, social services, government offices, right? They're the flip side of what Iran is representing. And this is where the potential, coming out of this war, this is where the potential is. That tug of war within Islam, are we going to continue on the road to trying to devour Western civilization, or are we going to live side by side with Judeo-Christian civilization? That's the big tug of war taking place. And the Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, unfortunately Sudan is mired in this horrific civil war, but I mean, look at Somaliland. Everybody jokes about Somaliland, but 6.5 million Muslims. The only peace treaty they have with any country is with Israel, right? The relationship we have with Azerbaijan, 10 million Shia Muslims. By the way, if we bring this regime down in Iran, which may not happen this round, but we know that of the 92 million people in Iran, the vast majority would live in peace and harmony with Israel. The prime minister always says that after Israel, they're the second most Western-oriented country, right? So the potential here is amazing, particularly now that we're on the same side. And I don't know where Saudi Arabia is going to go. They're in this kind of internal tug of war, between the old guard and the new guard. I think we have to show a little bit less enthusiasm. When they're ready, they'll come. I don't think we have to appear there. If we're here for you. You ready?
But there's another model here, though, of just thinking along with you. which is kind of represented, bear with me on this, with
Sure.
the air and missile defense system of CENTCOM, where you can plug in and you are functional allies without having to have all of the the political normalization. And I think that we can think along those lines about the day after. A new reality has revealed itself, and the cards are being reshuffled. And there's a lot of opportunity here, if not to build a new order. It depends on what happens to the regime, if the regime is just wounded and angry, or if it disappears altogether. But under either circumstance, there's some opportunity here for some very creative thinking about how to bring our capabilities, marry our capabilities together with or without the whole shebang of normalization.
No, absolutely. I mean, look, even if the regime is wounded to the point where they simply can't afford to bankroll Hezbollah to the tune of $1 billion a year, right? And Hamas to the tune of $350 million a year. Absent money for the proxies, who's the alternative to Hezbollah? Imagine what could be on the horizon for Lebanon. There's no reason in the world why Israel and Lebanon can't be in a very, very close, warm relationship. Right? The vast majority of the Lebanese want it. President Howe now is talking about direct negotiations with Israel. The problem is his country is occupied. If there's a real occupation, right, it's the Hezbollah occupying Lebanon. And there's always the big question about who's going to disarm them, right? Lebanese army is not strong enough, and they don't want Israel to disarm Hezbollah. So who's going to do it? But if Hezbollah dries up because it simply doesn't have its $1 billion anymore, I mean, objectively, they have a real issue because Hezbollah pays its soldiers $800 a month. LAF pays its soldiers $200 a month, right?
Yeah, that's.
But if that wellspring of support for Hezbollah dries up, there's a possibility that they can be absorbed, many of the fighters, into the army, and there won't be the wherewithal for Hezbollah to menace Israel any longer, and of course to menace Lebanon. By the way, I think that Lebanon is catching on to the possibility that if it doesn't hurry up and do something about Hezbollah, their neighbor in Syria might just decide to. Suddenly we'll see.
There's no love for.
No love there between the extremist Sunnis and Hezbollah. Could you imagine what that'll do to the country and the region? But I think there's untold potential that we may find emerging from this battle against Iran.
I worked in the Defense Department during the Iraq War. We did a study of our detainees. We had about 26,000 detainees in Iraq, about why they took up arms against the United States. And reason number one was that they were paid to do it, which is an interesting aspect of the reality that we don't always focus on in the Middle East. Let me ask you about one more thing, and then we'll maybe open it up for some questions here. I saw you quoted in the press, I believe yesterday.
Would it be possible just to ask someone for a little water?
Oh, we got it right here. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see. Thank you.
That's Mayarden. I saw you quoted in the press as saying you were seeing the early signs of Iranian soldiers not. I don't know if you said abandoning their positions, but basically not showing up for work. I keep waiting. I'm hoping to see these missile and drone teams really demoralized and cracked up. All right, can you tell us what you're seeing these days in the intel?
We saw some initial signs of a breakdown in morale. First of all, right after we took out those 40 leaders, including Khamenei, in the first 40 seconds, there was clear signs of a breakdown in the chain of command. They were having great difficulties getting orders through the system. And we saw a number of random responses, not necessarily coming down from the top. So that continued as we took out second tier and third tier leadership. But much of the IRGC and the Basij as well is trained in such a way where they can operate without top-down leadership. So it wasn't a complete crack-up of the system. But in some cases, we did see small units just not show up for work. It was kind of a, what do you call it, an Italian strike? You know? They just didn't turn their guns on their superiors, did not try to initiate an uprising, but just didn't want to, either get killed because our drones were taking them out, or didn't want to turn their guns on other people. But this besiege and this bet pay that the internal security forces, this is such brutality. I mean, I saw some footage of what they were doing at these roadblocks. It's really unimaginable. I mean, just pulling people out of their cars and beating them to death or shooting them in the head because they were suspect. Horrible stuff. Listen, I wish, it's in my prayers every day, that these cracks, these small cracks, grow into larger chasms, and the people are able to rise up. I think that, though, I was on a panel not too long ago at a. Am I allowed to mention AEI here?
No, no,
okay, no.
no.
At another conference. I was at another conference.
I'm a little bit offended that you did.
I'm sorry. It was another conference, and the two distinguished panelists on the panel with me were just painting half the cup that's empty. It was just painting a very, very dire picture of nothing is going to work, and the people would never rise up, and so on and so forth. And I said, look, political science is not a science. There's no science here. Nobody knew when the Romanians would turn their guns on Ceausescu. Nobody knew it. Nobody forecasted it. Nobody knew exactly when the Soviet Union would crack up. There are all sorts of theories. You have to do the maximum that you can. Leave a little bit to God and to others, right? You do what you can. We're doing what we can. We're not going to march in there. People ask me about boots on the ground. We need boots on the ground. The Iranian boots on the ground. The Iranian people have to do it if they can. And I understand how limited they are because, they're being killed. 30,000, 40,000 were killed last month. But the best we can do is set the stage. It's not our responsibility to march in there. The biggest problem, I mean, this, Mike, is that the opposition groups, there's so many opposition groups. They haven't got together. They haven't coalesced. They haven't unified. They don't like each other. And you've got the whole spectrum, from the monarchists to the communists and everything in between. Were they to have gotten together, it could be and it still could happen. We didn't know it was going to happen in January. Nobody thought that Pahlavi, for example, had as much influence over the people as he did, as he proved he did. He said, come out tonight, 6 a.m. and at 6 p.m. at this particular place. They did. We now estimate, we used to think that he had 15, 20% of the population. It seems that he is well over 30%. So who knows what still may happen even if we do go into a ceasefire mode in the next few weeks and there is some sort of agreement. But it remains to be seen.
My own view on the war is that if the war were to end right now, it's a victory. I mean, there's no way there's no way that the Islamic Republic comes out of this conflict stronger than it was when it went in, and it will be significantly degraded. But I find myself struggling because I want to be taken seriously as an analyst, and they have the Iranians do have serious capabilities, and they have this resilience that is really in its own way kind of impressive, and so I want to do justice to that while also noting that the successes have been very real and could lead to really great things down the line, but we don't know. It's hard to get for me personally, it's hard to get my language right without feeding into that all of the voices in our society and in Israel too that are saying, this is a waste of time, it's impossible, it's a failure.
Well, those saying it's a waste of time, first of all, you got to whittle away those that will say anything that this administration does is a waste of time, right? So you got to put them on the side. And
that's
then,
Ehud Barak. No, you didn't say it. No, I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist.
Ehud Barak, and I just heard that Avram Borg appeared on.
Oh my God, I saw that.
Appeared on Tucker Carlson.
Unbelievable.
You talk about a horseshoe theory.
This is for those of you who don't know, left-wing Labor Party politician who very left-wing apparently will go anywhere to be anti-Bibi.
So just look at things objectively. if there's an agreement now, in other words, if it stopped now and there's an agreement which includes the removal of all the enriched material, right? They walked into negotiations, they said 460 kilograms, enough for 11 bombs. That obviously has to be removed. All of the production sites are destroyed. The manufacturing of all the components destroyed. No more ballistic missile program beyond whatever it is, 300 meters or 400 meters, whatever it may be. No more support for proxies. The Straits of Hormuz are internationalized, or there's some sort of guarantee that it's under international observation or control. So why is that, right? It all depends on what we put into the agreement. Now, the president says there were very good talks. They weren't in person yet. They were just kind of phone calls. And they're ready to agree to everything. Now, we just got to see how, if indeed that's the case, are they really ready to agree to everything? Have they been beaten down so that they're ready to say, hands up, we surrender? Then we have to verify. What's going to be the mechanism to verify that these liars are indeed prevented from going back to their mischief? Okay? But if we go there, then it's fantastically successful.
All right, so should we open up to some questions from the audience?
Thank you, Ambassador. Katie Wang with Sound of Hope Radio. I have a question. Because we have seen a lot of media here talking about that as this war keep on unfolding, there are more divisions between United States and Israel. So I want to ask you, so from your point of view, do you see that United States and Israel are really on the same page as we keep on, like a negotiation is going on, so on?
We're very much on the same page. I mean, look at the level of collaboration going into this operation, conducting the operation, and I assume there'll be complete collaboration ending the operation. That doesn't mean that along the route we may voice a different approach to concluding the operation, but at the end of the day, the United States is a senior partner. Okay, we know who we are, and we can express our opinion, as I said about what we did last year, leading up to Rising Lion and Midnight Hammer. Presented our case, the president decided. We're going to weigh in. We're certainly going to share with the administration what we think is important. I mean, for example, when this business about Kalibaf came up, all of a sudden this guy's a moderate. I'm here. I'm telling you, Kalibaf is not a moderate. And that may rile some feathers someplace, but I'm committed to telling the truth. Now, if ultimately the decision is taken, that he's a new Delcy or something like that, we're partners with the United States. I mean, we line up and we make the best of a situation. So I don't think we're talking about. There hasn't been daylight, and when there are differences of opinion, they're discussed, ironed out. Like lovers have spats too, It's okay. Lovers have spats, but we still remain lovers.
Thank you for being here, and having also been in government, I know that good relationships do not just happen. So thank you for the hard work and keeping that,
Appreciate that. Thank you.
what it is. When this ends, what do you think about, when we talk about the end in Iran, what do you think the way we should think about Israel and the region? What is the lasting effect of how this changes the relationship, the closeness in this, but also the recognition of a common threat, the way some of the Gulf states have now had to rethink their own situation? If we're going to plan and think about policies for the after the conflict, what do you think we should think about as most important poles in that?
Well, first of all, if what I described before about moderate Islam or accommodationist Islam gets the upper hand, we can, in the region, we can imagine moving into a mode of greater regional cohesion and cooperation. May not be along the lines of a NATO, okay, but if the United States needs to move its focus to the Far East and diminish assets in the Middle East to move them to the Far East, greater regional cohesion between Middle East states would allow that to happen. I mean, that really is the best case scenario. If Israel and the Gulf states are maintaining security and regional cooperation without a superpower, without the United States, holding them together, wouldn't that be great for U.S. foreign policy vis-a-vis China and the need to control that burgeoning hegemon and the threats that they present? I showed Mike, you had already seen it, right? But while we were waiting outside, my assistant showed me a 30-second clip of a CCC professor talking to Tucker Carlson. And you really have to see it to appreciate this. It's just mind-boggling that this is really happening in our age. And he says, the professor, this is the professor, he says, we need to move into an age when the United States, China, and Russia and engage in dialogue and talk to each other, where not just the United States is interested only in its own interests, but actually is interested together in advancing the civilization. And Tucker says, yeah, that's probably the only way that we can ensure civilization, but there's only one state that stands in the way of that happening, and that's Israel. And you just, it's like you walked into a closed ward. You like the scene in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. You remember that? You just can't believe that that's really happening and that tens of millions of people are listening to that. So, I mean, we just have to contend with all these insanities.
It was even worse because he said we need a world order that isn't there just to benefit a few.
Right.
And then Tucker says, who's the few? So it's really elders of Zion. Tom Duesterberg.
Mr. Ambassador, earlier in this conference where there was a lot of discussion about the relationship between China, Russia, the axis of evil, whatever you want to call it, and Iran, do you think in what you have seen in this war, China doesn't seem to be, for instance, giving a lot of financial help to Iran? Do you think they're hedging their bets? Or do you think that China is all in on the project to unseat the United States as the sort of the economic and political leader in the world?
Well, thank you for the question. I have to punt because I'm no China expert. I will tell you that at the beginning of the war, we did see attempts by China to support Iranian efforts. And the message was sent that that would not be a good idea. We sent a very strong message that we were going to do everything we can to prevent that from happening. I don't really know how to answer the question. Will this embolden China, or will it cause them to be more cautious regarding their attempts at hegemony in the Far East? I don't know. I wouldn't want to venture into that.
I love
Mike, you could.
I love Ilham Aliyev, and Tom doesn't want to hear what I have to say about China. Ilham Aliyev will say there are three answers to your question. There's number one, and he says number two, and he says number three, I don't want to tell you. Can you wait for the microphone here?
Hi, Ambassador. Thank you so much for coming. I'm Justin Leopold with FDD. Picking up
How did he get in here?
Big fan.
We try to keep out Code Pink and FDD.
Sort of on the similar lines of the question of after the operations end, and you've had all of this coordination and the future of the U.S.-Israel relationship, and some of the statements pre-war about phasing out FMF and Israel, taking care of its own military financing more. Could you speak any, like, have those talks begun at all?
Yeah,
Or
well,
are they sort of on pause right now?
no, actually, this is a very good beginning for the talks because there's so much collaboration taking place right now, and we're in the weeds on all sorts of munitions that are being discussed and are in need of. So it's actually a very good platform to begin the discussions of moving aid from aid to partnership. That's where we're going, from aid to partnership. There actually may be more U.S. money spent on joint projects than the $3.8 billion a year. There, you know, when you're talking about investment and partnership, R&D and production, maybe it's $5 billion, maybe it's $10 billion, but it's going to be joint production. Okay, it's not going to be an aid package, even though much of that aid, most of the aid is spent right here in the United States. There's a great argument to make against those who are saying we shouldn't be giving aid to Israel, all right? Because of the 3.8, you know, 3.3 is here, and it comprises probably 750,000 jobs, and it touches almost every state in the United States. But we want to move into a new age, and we want to phase that out, and it will be more in the direction of partnership rather than aid. So this is actually a very good platform to begin those discussions, and we are beginning the discussions.
Doug Feith. Doug, will you wait for the microphone here?
Mr. Ambassador, what's happening in Gaza now? And what do you see as the effects of the fighting in Iran on the attitudes of people in Gaza, in Hamas and not, on their future?
Great question. And bottom line is it remains to be seen. But I'll tell you this. We insisted when it came to the 20-point plan that we'd get all the hostages out, dead and alive, that Hamas would be disarmed, and that Gaza would be demilitarized. And that would happen before we go back to an international line and move forward with any other arrangements. The first demand has been met. All the hostages are out. And we need to see that Hamas is indeed disarmed and Gaza demilitarized. It's not clear whether or not this international consortium that's been established is actually going to do it, or elements within it, are they going to do it? Or we go into a situation where Qatar and Turkey, who applied the pressure on Hamas to give up all the hostages, now comes back to them and says, the party's over. You've got to give up your weapons. Let all the tunnels be destroyed. I mean, yeah, we have to appreciate what's there. I mean, I don't know if everybody appreciates. You've got Gaza is 24 miles long and 8 miles wide, with 350 miles of tunnel underneath that area. It's hard to get your head around that, right? It's just mind-boggling. We've destroyed about a third of the tunnels. So there's an awful lot of tunnel that has to be destroyed. So they have to be completely disarmed and Gaza demilitarized. Best case scenario is that their interlocutors in the Arab world force them to do it. Otherwise, at some point, we're going to do it. The people of Israel are committed to disarming Gaza. Gaza cannot once again become Hamastan. We were warned against it, in the disengagement from Gaza, and it can't happen again. So right now, we have a pretty solid leverage over that because we're sitting in half of Gaza. And we're not sitting on the international border. We're sitting halfway into Gaza. We've got 50% of it. We've got the yellow line. And anytime a terrorist emerges from one of the tunnels or tries to fire at our troops, we hit them back. And sometimes we if we identify a Nukhba terrorist who was involved with the October 7th massacre, we identify him. We identify that he's trying to reconstitute his unit or whatever. We don't wait. We take him out. So that's Gaza. We hope that the international, the CMCC, thank you, will be successful. In the meantime, we're not being there's something poetic about the whole thing, because, you know, when we gave up Sinai in Camp David, this is also something that's going to be studied in political science faculties. How in our right minds we went back to the 1967 line, but kept all the Arabs. Right? We were demanded to give Egypt back everything. We gave them back everything to the last centimeter. Right? That was a demand on the other side, right? To the last centimeter. But we kept all the Arabs. And we took responsibility for the Palestinian Arabs of Gaza. And we've been berated for, you know, we've taken that responsibility, and we patrol it, and we had to keep our safety, and all we got from it was a heartache. Now the international community is taking responsibility for Gaza. Bevakasha. It's rectifying a long time wrong that should never have happened in the first place. We hope that is successful. In terms of Judea and Samaria, the Israeli public right now is nowhere near agreeing to a Palestinian state, and of any sort. They've moved dramatically since October 7th. Even Yair Lapid, the leader of the opposition, said, don't talk to me about a Palestinian state at least for the next 15 years. That's where the people are at. So, you know, I tell my friends on the Hill, who are still very committed to the idea of the two-state solution, you know, it's kind of like the standard prayer that you have to make. You know, I'm in favor of the two-state solution.
There's an international industry behind all this.
Yeah, the people of Israel are just not there. Okay, we're not putting the relationship between Kibbutz Be'eri, you know, and Rafiach or Khan Yunis to Afula and Jenin and Kfar Saba and Kalkilia and Netanya and Tulkarem and Jerusalem and Ramallah and Bethlehem and Hebron and Beersheba. It's just not going to happen. So we have to start thinking creatively, and I think there are many things that we can do to better the lives of the Palestinian Arabs living in Judea and Samaria, and pursue ideas that would give them more autonomy for the interim. I mean, maybe in 25 years, maybe a generation, that would change. But giving them more autonomy, recognizing our rights to the area at the same time. And I often, you know, explain to people on the Hill, we have something called disputed territories. They're not occupied territories, okay? I know that riles some people, but words have meaning. Words should have meaning. And if we're in a battle for Israel's very right to exist, we're not colonizers, we're not conquistadors, we're not occupiers. We're indigenous to the land of Israel. I'll tell you a story. The first day when I came to Washington, it was Monday, January 27th, and my staff came in and said, you know, the Prime Minister is coming in next week. You have to submit your letter of credentials before he comes in, otherwise you can't go into the White House. But you first have to send a letter to the Secretary of State. So I have a very efficient staff. They brought in a letter, which was good. But you know when you see a letter that's been AI'd or copy-paste, you know, they took my predecessor's letters and, you know, moved it around. It was a good letter, but, you know, this, after all, was my letter. So I said, give me a couple minutes alone. I want to write my own letter. And I said, what's the first sentence I'm going to write to the Secretary of State? You know, a kid whose father came here when he was 8 years old with a crusty piece of bread in one pocket and a quarter in the other pocket as a refugee from Auschwitz. And here I'm going to go see the president. So what's the most important opening sentence in my letter? And I said, I represent the people indigenous to the land of Israel, period. That doesn't mean I'm not willing to make compromises and sacrifices and peace agreements, but first let's clear the field. I am not coming here, Edward Said, as a colonizer, okay? You taught a whole generation, Professor Said, that we're colonizers. And the issue of Judea and Samaria runs to the whole issue of the existence of Israel. Because if I'm a colonizer in Judea, I'm a colonizer in Tel Aviv. So first of all, we're not colonizers. Now let's talk about how we're going to make peace. Okay, so we're on an equal playing field. disputed territories, fine. I give you the right to dispute my right, but don't reject my right to contend that it's mine as well. So I think that there are many things that we can do if we pursue that track with good intent. I think more and more people are going to warm up to it because 90% of the Israeli electorate don't want to hear about a two-state solution right now.
Okay, we promised to get you out by now, but let me end with just one question for you. When you look back at the whole history of the state of Israel and its relationship with the United States, this cooperation between the United States and Israel is a historic change. And I just want to know if, as you're working through, I mean, it's a sea change. And this will be in all of the history books. And this war is changing the face of the whole Middle East. As you're going to bed at night and you're wrapped up in all these events, does that ever dawn on you? Do you feel that? Or do you feel that that these are stirring times, historic times, or are you just so busy that you don't have any time to think about it?
Well, Mike, I think about it all the time. I tended to think in those terms even before I lost my son, but certainly after I lost him, while he actually led the troops into Gaza against Hamas. He was the point commander of the division that went in pyramid fashion to northern Gaza. You know, you obviously, as a father, you ask the question, why? You know, he was my best friend. He was my oldest. He was just an incredibly talented human being. And you think in historic terms. I mean, you know, my choice to move from Scranton, Pennsylvania to Israel, to make Israel my home, to send all my kids to the army. You know, you make these choices which are I call them Abrahamic choices. You know, it's Abraham and Isaac at the Akedah. You know, and not every decision is an Akedah. Well, how would you say an Akedah? What is that?
I'm embarrassed to say I don't know. I was just the
binding of Isaac. Thank you, Doug. The binding of Isaac. We make binding of Isaac decisions. They're not as great as the actual binding. But you know, you teach a child to stand up for what's right. Right? Even though it may cost them something. That's a binding of Isaac decision. You know. So particularly if you send him to special ops in you know, our Delta Force in the Shaldag for 12 years, and he's done all sorts of operations all over the place, and then he goes to med school and he wants to be a doctor because he told me, Dad, I spend so much time learning how to take lives. I need to spend the rest of my life giving life. And ever since, and that's the reason why I'm here, you know, when the Prime Minister called and asked me if I'd take the job, I hesitated. And after about a 30-second quiet on the phone line, he said, well, what would your son say? And I knew that my son was talking to me from somewhere in Gan Eden, in the Garden of Eden, and telling me, you got to get off your rump and live for me too now. So that takes on a historical perspective. And I see it in the context of a battle of good against evil. I believe in a world where there is objective good, where there is objective morality. I don't believe in this Kantian world of a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Maybe you see it differently. You know, there is such a thing as objective good. I think we're fighting the war of objective good. And I think that's how America was established. This great country was established on that principle. And I think that much of the West has lost its way, is at least groping for its way. And I think Israel has a lot to show in that regard into the future. And that's why it is an incredible honor and challenge for me to represent Israel here in the United States at this time. And I hope and pray every day that I'm doing it right. You know, I am doing the best I can, I know, but it's so historical. It's so important. It's so civilizational if I can be, without being melodramatic, that I pray that doing the right thing at the right time with the right people. So anyway, thank you so much for hosting me, and
thank
it's
you.
lovely to be with you.
I don't know how to say this. I'm just going to say it. So, sorry, I'm losing it. Your son didn't die for nothing.
Thank you, Mike.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Thank you.
I mean that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.